Dear Lord, bless this council and give us the wisdom to discharge our duties with fairness and zeal. May we make decisions that reflect the needs of the people that we represent, so that the outcomes may make a real difference to the quality of their daily lives. Amen. Just before we sit, members, I'd like just to take a moment to deliver a message of condolence for the tragic and unexpected passing of Felicity Allen, known as Fliss. She was an estates manager who worked in property and development department in the Place Directorate. She passed away unexpectedly on the 6th of September and will be greatly missed by all those who knew her and worked with her in Shropshire Council. She was an incredibly dedicated and committed and made a huge contribution to the council, working across a number of different areas and projects. We will pass on our sincere, heartfelt condolences to her family, friends, and all that knew her. We intend to name a meeting room in her memory as a tribute to her legacy. Thank you, members. You may sit. Now then, before we get into the agenda, could I please remind members to switch off their mobile phones and to mute any devices. That does include your computers, which I know poses a problem for some members virtually every meeting. But if you could do it now, and if you're not sure how to do it, I'm sure somebody sitting next to you will be able to advise you accordingly. So, I've already said good morning and welcome to this meeting of the Council. Please do not hold the microphone as ever by the stem. They are very expensive to repair. For the benefit of those watching the live stream, please use your microphone every time you speak, including when participating in a recorded vote, should there be one. Otherwise, your voice will not be heard. You may find it easier to be seated whilst using your microphone. I do propose, as always, to take a 20-minute break at approximately 12:30, depending on where we are on the agenda item, to allow those of you that wish to take refreshment and use the facilities. We will now move on to item 1, which is apologies. Chief Executive.
Thank you. Apologies have been received from the following councillors: Andy Boddington, Ted Clark, Gerald Dakin, Paul Gill, Mike Isherwood, Heather Kidd, Tony Parsons, John Price, Alan Mosley, Tracy Huffer, Richard Huffer. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Are there any others to add to that? No? Okay, we will move on to item 2 then, which is disposable pecuniary interest. I just want to remind members that to disclose any pecuniary or other registrable or non-registrable interests on any matter to be discussed, including those on the interest of register, and leave the chamber prior to that being discussed. Yep.
Councillor Rob Gittins, I'll be leaving on a agenda item 8. I'm a director of a company that owns a HMO that's used for TA. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Julia.
Just to declare an interest there, I'm a Member of Parliament, so obviously when it comes to the motions I will excuse myself.
Very good. Thank you very much. That'll do. Thank you. Okay, so I can't see any other hands, so I will move on to item 3, which are the minutes, and I'm going to move that the minutes of the previous council meeting held on the 18th of July of 2024, as circulated with the agenda papers, be signed as a correct record.
I'm pleased to second those minutes.
Okay, just a reminder for members, you can only raise points of accuracy in the minutes. You can't actually raise a question. I can't see any hands, so we will sign those. I'm sure members are therefore content. So we will move on to announcements. To receive the communications of the Chair and the Vice Chair and Head of Paid Service desire to lay before the Council, you have seen a list of official engagements for myself and the Vice Chair. So that said, we will move on.
May I just thank you for these new cups, which we asked for at the previous E&E meeting, so thank you, Councillor Nellins.
You can, although I did hear that as though you were still at the bottom of Wookey Hole or something.
I have no idea why, I'm afraid, Mr. Chair. But thank you, Deputy Leader, for these, because it's appreciated.
Just before we go on to the next one, Pam, can I ask you to move that light? Because every time I look over there, it's very bright and it's dazzling me, and I can't see the people around you. Yes, but people might get cross if I don't see their hands when they go up. Sorry. Okay. So, item 5 is public questions, and in accordance with Procedure Rule 14, we will now deal with the questions from members of the public. The Assistant Director of Legal and Governance will read out public questions received from members of the public who are not present. The relevant portfolio holder will respond to the questions. So with that, we have received 3 public questions, and the first one is from Mike Streetley, which, Tim, I believe you're going to read.
Yes, thank you. The question is this. Last month, Shropshire Council explained that it had only written confirmation of a commitment of £54.4 million for the proposed North West Relief Road from the Department for Transport. The Council has acknowledged that the contract for the road is expected to cost £110 million or more on top of the £36.5 million that is expected to be spent by the time the contractor starts work in April. This will have a very significant impact on the value for money of the project. We note that the new government has launched a major review of all unfunded spending commitments and also a specific review of low-value road schemes. This has resulted in the Highways Agency pausing work on a number of schemes. The new Transport Minister has also highlighted her spending priorities in terms of active travel and buses. Given the massively increased cost of the proposed new road, the Council's precarious financial position and the low probability of the new government providing any further money for the scheme, will Shropshire Council now stop all spending on the project?
Thank you. And I'm going to go to Councillor Dan Morris, who's the portfolio for Highways.
Councillor Dan Morris, Councillor for Burnell and portfolio holder for Highways. Following recent discussions with the DFT, we can confirm that schemes such as the Shrewsbury North West Relief Road, which are already part of the committed large local majors programme, will continue to be assessed by the DFT at full business case stage in the normal way. Our understanding is that recent government announcements relate to schemes in other national programmes that have not yet been admitted to programme entry, unlike the North West Relief Road, and are therefore at a much earlier stage in their development. We have been given no reason to believe that the government will not continue to support this scheme. Can I also be clear that Shropshire Council does fully support active travel, including the recent council approval of the draft local walking and cycling infrastructure programme and an enhanced bus offer with the recent publication of the bus service improvement plan, and is keen to see these develop to a greater level within urban Shrewsbury and more widely. But that is simply not possible without removing the high volumes of traffic that cut straight through the town rather than around it.
Thank you. The next question has been received from Mr. Frank Oldacre, and once again Tim Collard is going to read said question. Tim.
Yeah, thank you. His question is this. Opposers to the granting of planning permission for the Shrewsbury North West Relief Road made it clear last year that they would challenge the decision by seeking a judicial review. Although it is now approaching a year since the Planning Committee vote, no decision notice has been published, and the absence of this has meant that no judicial review process can even be started. How is the Council revising its programme for the project to allow for the time judicial reviews will take and the possibility of the planning permission being quashed by the court?
Thank you. And this is a planning related question, so we will go to Councillor Chris Schofield, who is the portfolio holder for Planning and Regulatory Services. Councillor Schofield.
Chair, I think this is one for Councillor Dan Morris.
Okay.
Councillor Dan Morris, Councillor for Burnell and portfolio holder for Highways. In line with the requirements of the Northern Planning Committee decision in February, so 7 months ago, not a year, to grant the scheme full planning permission notice on the completion of the required 3 Section 106 agreements. Work is now at an advanced stage on these. It is not unusual for large complex schemes such as this to have various factors affecting the issue of the planning decision notice. The current project programme, as agreed with external funders, continues to have sufficient time built in to address any challenge to the issue of the planning permission notice. Separate and parallel work streams not requiring the issue of the planning notice, such as main contractor procurement and preparatory work around the discharge of pre-commencement planning conditions, continue to progress through this period. The Council will bring the full business case to members later this year, and within this will be the fully resolved costs and build programme.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move on to the third question, which has been received from Emma Bullard and once again Tim Collard. Who's going to read it? Tim.
Thank you. The veteran oak tree at Shilton Rough, known as the Darwin Oak, has been shortlisted for Tree of the Year 2024 by the Woodland Trust. The Woodland Trust has shared details of this magnificent Shropshire tree with its 500,000 members, as well as the general public. As a result, this Shrewsbury tree has been featured in publications including the Daily Mail, Time Out magazine and the Scotsman, raising the profile of the town and the wider county. Does the Council agree that this is very welcome publicity for Shropshire's landscape and natural heritage? Will you encourage Shropshire residents and visitors to visit the Darwin Oak, to admire it for themselves and to vote for it to be the winning Tree of the Year?
Okay. Councillor Chris Schofield, I think you're...
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Chris Schofield, Portfolio Holder for Planning and Regulatory Services. I thank Emma Bullard for her question. Shropshire is home to over 5,000 veteran trees, according to the Woodland Trust, including the magnificent Royal Oak at Boscobel House, our woodland parks at places like Condover, Ormond Hill and Corbett Wood contain numerous veteran oaks, as well as other equally important plants and wildlife. We'd encourage Salopians and visitors to enjoy these areas of stunning natural beauty, to really see the best of Shropshire. To learn about the true history of Charles Darwin and the wonderful history of our town, Shrewsbury museums offer a wealth of information on Darwin and other influential Salopians. And Shrewsbury Sabrina boat tours have a guided walk of Darwin's Shrewsbury on their website. We'd encourage people to support Shrewsbury's many independent businesses and attractions as they learn about the town's most famous son, rather than a tree on Shelton Rough. Unfortunately, the tree in question does sit on private land, and the council does not encourage people to attempt to reach it without the landowner's permission. Trespassing in these areas can actually cause damage to the natural environment there. The route for the North West Relief Road has been specifically chosen because it has the lowest environmental impact of possible routes. It impacts on the minimum number of veteran trees possible. 9 veteran trees, trees that have developed some of the features found on ancient trees, but that are not ancient, have been identified for removal. The area around the north of Shrewsbury is home to hundreds of veteran trees. One of these trees, which is due to be removed, has been informally named Darwin's Oak by campaigners against the North West Relief Road. There is no evidence of any connection between Darwin and this specific tree versus any other in the area. As a council, we recognise the value of all trees in the area. We've weighed this against the significant benefits of the scheme, principally making Shrewsbury Town Centre a more pleasant environment in reducing traffic and pollution. We've committed to woodland management plans to enhance the condition of 26 veteran trees in the area of the route, as well as an area of ancient woodland and 2 local nature reserves. We'll also replace each single lost tree with 6 newly planted ones. 84 new trees will be planted in locations specifically identified to give them the best chance of becoming the veteran trees of the future, and will create a new 4-hectare woodland of native tree species for the benefit of future generations. As well as trees, There are plans to create biodiverse corridors and make much needed improvements to natural habitats which will attract and support a variety of wildlife. The questioner will be aware that the Northern Planning Committee, having considered all of the relevant planning matters, has reached a resolution to grant planning permission for the North West Relief Road, subject to the completion of the associated Section 106 agreements. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So, from the public, now we have a petition that bears over 1,000 signatures has been received from Judy Mitchell, requesting a debate under the Council's petition scheme. The petition requests that the Council reconsider their decision in regards to green waste charges and bookings for the recycling centres. I'm not going to read the other bits out. I'm going to allow the petitioners to put forward. You are allowed 5 minutes to outline your case, after which there will be a debate of no more than 15 minutes. So, that said, who is right? There
Thank
we go.
you, Chair. Good morning.
No, you carry on. He's just trying to get in front of everybody else.
The petition acknowledges the financial situation that Shropshire Council is facing. Contrary to some press reports in the BBC, it isn't requesting the abolition of the green waste charge, but its reduction. I will demonstrate, based on other councils' experience, that you could raise more money with a lower charge. I was one of the 18,000 people who responded to the consultation. In the report, 62% felt that a charge of even £52 was unfair. Following the £56 charge announcement, some residents objected on principle to this additional in-year cost when their council tax and services had already been advised for the year. There are also many who have described being unable to pay yet another financial burden due to the cost of living crisis. Indeed, just days later, the government announced the removal of the winter fuel payment for many pensioners. I know this council is concerned about its adverse effect here. There are currently no provisions for payment in instalments, which is provided by SIPFA family member Isle of Wight Council, or, unlike Cheshire West and South Gloucestershire councils, reductions for those in receipt of benefits. This makes the exclusion of those just about managing much more likely. The revenue predictions in the Cabinet report were based on a 70% participation rate, with a 55% worst case scenario solution. This latter figure of 55% was drawn from adding together the 35% of those in the consultation who said they would pay the annual fee, together with all those who said they didn't know if they would pay. This seems an unusual way to predict. Through freedom of information requests, I have found both these participation figures highly optimistic. None of the councils responding have achieved a 70% subscription rate. Cheshire East Council, who also have a £56 charge, had a 28% subscription level to Jan 28. North Somerset, at £55, have a 40% uptake. In general, higher subscription rates appear to correlate with annual charges around £40, with Dudley at £36 achieving 52%, and Stafford, the highest subscriptions at 60% at £42. I have a summary of these figures which I can provide. Subscriptions to date for Shropshire are reported as over 45,000 or 33% of households. This correlates with 35% in the consultation who said they would pay, but subscriptions will have to double to reach the £4 million savings target in the medium-term financial strategy. With a 33% subscription rate, there could be a shortfall of roughly £3 million. The petition request to reduce the charge could result in greater revenue by increasing subscriptions. Moving to the second petition request to abandon the booking system. In the consultation, 59% of respondents did not support its introduction, citing that it wasn't necessary. So again, the views of a majority of consultees were ignored. The benefits are said to reduce queues, increase recycling and to prevent use by business and non-Shropshire residents. Will the booking system give a better experience? I use Oswestry HRC very regularly and receive excellent service. Occasionally it's busy, but never wait for more than a few minutes. Less time than it will take to go online to book a slot. However, if staff need to check in bookings and deal with arrivals without bookings, there is a high potential for longer queues to result. The booking system is a sledgehammer to crack a nut, and there are other ways to deal with it. Telford Council provide live cameras to check queues, and other councils ask for proof of residence. The planned county-wide go-live date in November makes no allowance for the change in behaviour which will occur as curbside green waste collections decline. Other councils have given a year's notice of introduction, initiated pilot schemes to assess early issues, and decide to implement solely at peak times. And finally, digital exclusion cannot be addressed through a phone service which doesn't operate after 3 p.m. between Tuesday to Friday and not at all at weekends. If staff reductions include the contact centre, difficulty in getting through is getting worse. You've ensured that the HRCs remain open. I hope that you will now also be able to give your consideration to these petition requests supported by over 1,800 people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I allowed you, just for members to know, I did allow a little bit extra, as you can see. That's because you were threw off by hands going up before you started. So, I've got a few members who wish to speak on this. Rob Wilson, Duncan Kerr, Kevin Pardee, Julia Buckley and Kate Halliday thus far. We only have 15 minutes, so if you could be relatively succinct and not waffle on, that would be very useful, because there are more hands going up as I speak. So, we will start the 15 minutes. Thank you. Nope.
Mr. Chair, yes. Sorry, I won't waffle. I never do. Can I thank you for the petition? I think it's excellent, and I think the way you spoke just then puts it very, very succinctly and clearly and in detailed why this scheme has been rushed, it's poorly thought through, and something needs to be done, because the deadline of Tuesday next week is coming very, very quickly. I've had residents, other members of our group have had residents who have not received stickers. They're worried about what's going to happen. There's a problem because there wasn't, and I think Councillor Kerr is going to speak about this later, about an inequalities impact assessment for this proposal. There's no dispensation for people on low incomes or those who don't pay council tax. There's no option for a monthly charge. It uses my permit, so people think they're paying for parking rather than a bin. People have been told that if they have 2 small bins because it doesn't fit in the space of a big bin, they have to pay twice. I've got residents who sweep council leaves from council trees, which the council will not cut back and deal with, onto their land. Where do they put those leaves now? I have residents telling me they will go and buy an incinerator to their gardens rather than pay this charge because it is cheaper. People trying to buy for residents. There was an article in the Shropshire Star where one of the journalists tried to do it for, I think, his mother, and it was really difficult. I had lots of people contact me about that problem. People are concerned that other people will steal their bins. It's just been so rushed. This was first talked about, 2 months ago in real detail, and it's being implemented now on a cliff edge. And I know the Conservative group will not change their mind on this. I know that. But can I please say, if you are going to proceed with this scheme as it is, you need to give a period of grace where you do not have non-collection of these green bins, because people are really worried about what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Duncan Kerr, rattling on, because that's a big chunk taken.
So this is clearly a rush decision, and as the old saying goes, you act in haste and repent at leisure. Steps could and should have been taken to do at least 3 things. First of all, to minimise the damage to the environment and methane emissions. We know that there's a huge risk that people will put green waste in their residual bin, which will then be rejected or cause implications for the incinerator. Should secondly have also mitigated the impact on low-income households, as was very clearly elucidated by the petitioner, and for the disabled. That required an equality impact assessment, which wasn't printed with the report that was taken. And then thirdly, to check that the technology actually works and is accessible to all, and we thought through the implications for those who are not able to access the internet as to how they're going to receive the bin. Effectively, what we've done is to turn a difficult decision, it was a difficult decision, into a disastrous one by not properly planning for it. There's no support either for an appointment system. There are options out there, as the petitioner has said, how we can reduce trade waste going into our civic and community sites without the need for an appointment system. It will have all the same problems as we've had with the bins in terms of use of the My Permit system, and I don't think it's effectively in the interest of either the environment or the residents of this county. If the rolling group had just accepted my proposal 2 years ago to have a waste minimisation policy, we could have spent the last year working out all these issues, planning for it, thinking through the implications. But no, you rejected it then, and now you rushed to the end of the cliff, and then you decide to do something in a desperate hurry, and not surprisingly, in haste, mistakes are made.
Thank you. Councillor Kevin Pardee.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to look at the human side of this, and I don't believe the green bin policy treats constituents equally. The first thoughts are for those people who do not have choice when considering their options, whether to opt in or to opt out. People with disabilities who cannot physically handle or drive to recycling centres, those that do not own vehicles, and others do not have an option. Why were these people not considered during the constructing of the Green Bill policy? Does this impact on equality rights?
Thank you. Councillor Julia Buckley.
Thank you. I just want to congratulate the petitioner, Julie Mitchell. What an excellent petition and what an excellent articulate presentation you've made this morning. On one hand, isn't it a shame that, in fact, residents, having 18,000 of them engaged in a consultation process, feel that, having not been listened to, they also have to go to the great lengths of preparing a petition and coming here to explain to us today what we should have listened to in the consultation in the first place. So there is some failure of our own system, but well done on you and your persistence in bringing this today. And what a fantastic argument that she is making, that by reducing the cost, the council will actually generate more income, as well as protecting those on the lowest incomes. Please can you listen to this very sensible and articulate argument today?
Thank you. Councillor Kate Halliday.
Thank you, Chair. Most of the points I wanted to make have been made, so I'm not going to repeat them, but I would like to again thank the petitioner. I think that was an excellent argument and very persuasive, and I will be supporting this. I just wanted to highlight, to make one practical point. Quite a few residents have been in touch with me about the system, and I think, could you please put the very helpful how-to guide above the press to apply button on the website? It sits far below. One of my residents ended up, she said, trying to navigate it and ended up with her being put through to the fraud department of her bank and her banking card withdrawn because she got so confused. I'm convinced if she'd had that how-to guide, she might not have got into that situation, but she went for several days without any money, having to borrow cash and feeling fairly humiliated. The phone lines have also been overwhelmed with calls, I know, because one of my residents got asked to phone back in 4 days because they couldn't cope because of all the phone calls coming in. So please, as a practical point, can you put the how-to guide above the submit button and also above the apply button? And also, can it remain open when people are applying? Because the only way to see it is to click back and have to restart the application.
Okay, we've got Nigel Harton, Caroline Bagnall and Dan Morris, and I suspect we're getting close to the end. Nigel?
Thank you. Yes, I won't reiterate some of the points that have been made already. I'm particularly concerned about the issue particularly of being charged double for the same collection of the same amount of waste, an issue that I raised directly with the portfolio holder, but I've been told that even if you've got a small bin, you still have to pay the same charge for collecting a smaller amount of waste. So I think that needs looking at again. I think the booking system itself, being proposed for recycling centres, I can't see that actually working in effect. And I think it's probably an attempt to fix a problem, that doesn't exist, particularly in the area that close to me, in Craven Arms, for example. And I think that really needs looking at quite carefully, particularly in terms of reviewing how that's going to operate. I'm getting anecdotal responses back to me that even the staff operating the centre don't think it's going to work. So I think it's important that, if you're going to do this, that you do, urgently review it within, say, 6 months, for example, to see how well it's operated, whether it has resulted in a large amount of fly tipping, which, for example, has been raised as an issue by others. Also, can you please have a look at the My Permit system? It's been mentioned before. It doesn't work for some people. I've had a resident ringing me, almost in tears, elderly resident, to say that he was actually emailed to say, "I'm sorry, we don't recognise who you are from your telephone number." That it's very difficult to actually do this if you don't know your way around the online system. And if they don't recognise your telephone number, they're absolutely, completely don't know where to go.
Thank you. Caroline Bagnall.
Thank you, Chair. I echo the points made by my colleagues, but the one point I wanted to make is that for those of us who live at the edges of the Shropshire Council area, it's very often closer for us to use recycling centres in our neighbouring authorities. Now, I wonder whether this could be some sort of agreement between Shropshire Council and our neighbouring authorities, because from my point of view, I would much rather travel 3 miles to the recycling centre at Halesfield in Telford than travelling 6 or 7 miles and going into Bridge North to get rid of my recycling waste. So I would urge the council to look at some sort of agreement with neighbouring councils so that we can sort of save emissions, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dan Morris.
I am encouraged in the point of view agreed with by Councillor Julia Buckley, MP, that a lower rate of tax generates more revenue. Perhaps Councillor Buckley might like to appraise the Chancellor of the Exchequer with that theory at the upcoming budget.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak? I think there's... right, I'm going to go Colin Taylor and then yourself, yeah.
Thank you, Chairman. It's just that I think pretty well every member here will have had people getting on to them about glitches within the system, already mentioned by Councillor Hartin and others. There is something definitely wrong within the system. I had my vicar on to me yesterday. He'd been trying to arrange a green bin collection from the church and from the local chapel and also the rectory. So he'd gone and put the postcode in as requested, but it didn't recognise the church or the chapel or the rectory. So he decided to ring up. He waited 20 minutes and he finally got through and he explained the problem, and whoever it was on the end, when he said about the church, is it a new build? Well, not exactly. It's been there since the 11th century. Chairman, I would like that somebody will get into the IT systems and sort some of these glitches out, because people are just wasting hours and hours. He had that conversation and was referred to someone else. After waiting 40 minutes, he gave up. It isn't good enough, and we've got to provide a better service, Chairman. So if someone can look at that, I'm sure all members would be greatly appreciative.
Thank you. Andrew Sherrington.
Just going to float an idea here. My bin is, or my green bin is collected every Tuesday. So to obviate the need to go through a complicated booking system, why don't you just give me a colour-coded card that says I am allowed to attend the recycling centre every Tuesday? And then I don't need to faff about with a booking system. I can just go on Tuesdays.
Yeah, I'm not sure that will work for everybody, but anyway.
No, it's a lot simpler than trying to book something through the web.
Thank you. I wasn't planning to speak, but I just have to. I'm just appalled that a member of the Conservative Party would take the opportunity to respond to a petitioner who's got more than 1,000 petitions by doing cheap point scoring against a member of the Labour Party. I'm not a member of the Labour Party, but frankly, it's insulting to the petitioner and it's insulting to the thousands of people around the county who are really concerned about this new policy. And I think he should withdraw that sort of comment in a debate like this. I also, I don't know how we go about making proposals when there's a petition, but I do think that the strength of feeling and the points that are being made means that we really do need to see a review and perhaps a delay of this. So I would like to propose that we do that, if that's possible.
Yeah, I don't think that's possible, but there we go. Ed?
Thank you, Chair. I also wasn't going to speak, but I just need to make one point. I agree with quite a lot of the things that have been said actually already this morning, but regarding voluntary groups, I've been in touch with Shropshire on this on behalf of our local Melliam Green, a charity that struggles to get money, and they have had, by an informal agreement, their bins emptied. I probably should be declaring all this for free, but for this last time, there's been no problem at all. It doesn't belong to a household at all.
Just so you know, we have technically run out of time, so if you could be relatively succinct, I would be grateful.
I'd like the point, just simply, Chair, that possibly some concessions are made to these voluntary groups like that, so that actually they are given some help by us in the situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Well, we've managed to get through a number of members. Thank you for doing that, members. I'm now going to go to the portfolio holder, Councillor Ian Nellins, who will reply for the council at the end of this debate now. He will report on the following options that the council should take. Those for the people online and for those in the gallery are either take no action requesting the petition, hold an inquiry into the matter, undertake research into the matter, hold a public meeting, consult those affected, hold a meeting with the petitioners, refer the petition to consideration of the Council's Overview and Scrutiny Committee, call a referendum, write to the petition organiser, setting out the Council's views about the request in the petition, or take no action for reasons put forward in the debate. Okay, Councillor Nellins.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you also to the petitioner for that petition and bringing it forward for those 18,000 people who took the time to look at it. What I'll start off by saying is, first of all, this is not a decision that Shropshire Council wanted to make, and has been deliberated on for the last 4 years at least, and probably much further beyond that. So it hasn't been hasty. It has been discussed quite openly. It has been through scrutiny in the past as well, and it has been widely, it was highly consulted on as well. We know that the garden waste collections are valued by many residents across Shropshire. Not everyone needs or uses this service. We have been in the minority of councils who currently do not charge for it. Over 80% of local authorities in England already charge, and more are introducing the charge as we speak. The local authorities on our boundaries, with the exception of Telford and Wrekin, so across Wales and the West Midlands, do already charge for the removal of waste. There's no legal obligation for councils to collect garden waste for free, and the charge for garden waste collections are classed as non-essential. This will be an opt-in service. The money raised through the charge will help offset the cost of providing this service, while also protecting and funding other essential services. Obviously, the petitioner mentioned quite a few of the examples of councils who charge slightly less than the proposal here. However, most of them only collect for 20 weeks, spring and summer. But also, I'll just highlight places like Waverley Borough Council, who charge £128 a year, Isle of Wight, 102. Comparative local authorities that we are generally compared with, Wiltshire, £70, and Cornwall, £65. And although some of our neighbours are slightly cheaper, they have been doing it much longer. So neighbouring councils such as Wolverhampton introduced a charge in 2019 and Powys in 2021. There is a requirement for this, and I'm pleased to see that the uptake so far in the first just over 2 weeks, we've had 48,171 as of 8:30 this morning, which raises a total of £2.659 million in this early stage. So that's looking like about 45% of our population at this period of time, but bearing in mind, or of our residents, but bearing in mind not all residents require the service. On to the household recycling centres. First of all, as Councillor Bagnall, it is in the papers that we have an agreement with Telford and Wrekin, and Telford and Wrekin residents can use ours, and we have a reciprocal arrangement to use theirs. The Council consulted on the potential closure for up to 2 of our 5 household recycling centres. The decision was taken to close all 5 on 1 day per week, But this has been deferred until April 2025, so the data can be used and evaluated. And I thank Veolia for their assistance with this. Presently, Shropshire Council is processing waste from businesses, from out-of-county residents. All of our 5 household recycling centres have small and medium enterprise businesses utilising the free service, which they should be paying for. The booking service will deter much of that non-household and out-of-county waste. We know that residents from neighbouring authorities are using this, and this costs Shropshire Council money to process their waste and also adds to the waste that goes into our city incinerator. That space being freed up will allow us to sell that space and make savings and income. Other local authorities have found that with the booking system, recycling has increased by 5%. Fewer car journeys to the HRCs, as residents tend to take larger loads and reduce their visits. Less queuing time, including on public highways. I'm speaking with the Veolia staff. They have said on weekends in particularly, the highways outside some of our household recycling centres is quite congested. Reduced contamination at household recycling centres, because the operators can actually, the contractors can get involved and make sure the stuff is put in the right places, segregated properly. Maintenance of the household recycling centres can now be planned in line with customer demand. Financial savings, contractor operators will be able to reduce operational costs, overheads, and the demand of the sites is better managed. These savings can wholly be attributed to the booking system. Fly tipping, there is no evidence to suggest that any increase in fly tipping because of subscription charge being introduced. That's all from other local authorities who have already done this. I had a comment from one resident saying we should be leading, not following. If we'd led, we'd have been doing this in 2018. So I think it has been a decision that's been difficult for us to make. We know it's a service that people want, and there are room for improvements. I apologise to those residents who have had trouble, particularly on the phone or technical. But as I said, 48,000 people have managed to do, some with help. I'd like to thank the staff from Shropshire Council who have been involved with helping some of those queries from particularly elderly people.
Up, so if you could conclude.
So I'll leave it at that then. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Yep.
Yeah, and the action I propose is that we continue with our arrangements, but review over the course of the next period.
Okay. So you've heard what the portfolio holder has had to say. We have debated it. We've heard very eloquently. So the petition. I'm just going to get you to repeat what your recommendation is, and we will take a vote on that.
We recognise the petition, but don't take any action other than reviewing the process over the coming year.
Okay. Would all those in favour please show? In favour of the recommendation from the portfolio holder.
Could we hear it again, please?
Well, you said it twice. If you, I'll get him to say it once more, but please listen this time. That would be good. He has said it twice. I did ask Ian to say it again. Ian, once more, please.
So, thank you, Speaker. We recognise the petition. We thank for the petition. However, we will continue with the arrangements as planned, but we'll review over the coming year.
Okay. All those in favour of the recommendation of the portfolio holder? Let's put it like that. Okay. Those against? We will continue to count to give you the numbers, but I think the recommendation of the portfolio holder will carry. $38 to $24. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We will move on now to item 6, which is questions from members. Member questions are allowed in accordance with the procedure rule 15. Questions have been received from Councillors Potter, Barrow, Wilson, Nicholson, Thomas, Connolly and Kerr. I will ask each councillor this time to read out their question and that the appropriate portfolio holder will give a response. The member will then have the opportunity to ask a supplementary question. Just a caution that it is, the key is the word supplementary. It shouldn't be the same question, please rehash, that you've already had your answer to. So, the first question is from Councillor Ed Potter. Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Chair. In recent weeks, I've been approached by a number of parents who have raised concerns over the availability of state school places in the Shropshire Council area. Some have made inquiries with Shropshire Council's administrations team as to what places are available should they move their children from their current provision in the private sector as a result of the potential charging of VAT on private school fees as confirmed in the King's Speech on the 17th of July 2024. I note the recent statistics which place Shropshire Council among the best in the region when it comes to school admissions. However, I would like to ask the portfolio holder, does Shropshire Council have an idea of how many additional school places might be required? What provision has been made should there be an influx of pupils requiring school places? And should places be available outside of the catchment, what implications are there for school transport?
Thank you. Councillor Kirsty Hurst-Knight, as the portfolio holder for children and education.
Thank you, Councillor Potter, for your question. So in response to the first part, the Shropshire Council admissions team have been collating any inquiries regarding moving from the independent sector to monitor the situation over the past few months. Since the end of May, we have received 19 applications. Not all these applications have resulted in the places being taken up. It is also worth noting that in previous years, we have seen similar numbers of children move from the independent sector. The situation will continue to be monitored, and with many independent schools considering absorbing the VAT and the length of notice parents must give to move from the independent sector, we may not see much movement until later on in the year. Part 2 of your question is, we have sufficient places in Shropshire. Parents, however, may not be able to gain places at their preferred school if it is oversubscribed. All applicants will be processed in the usual manner in accordance with the school's admissions code. Unsuccessful applicants will be made aware of their legal right to appeal. Where it can be demonstrated that reasonable measures have been taken to secure a school place through the usual in-year admissions process, and this has not been successful, or where a school place has not been sought due to exceptional circumstances, a child may be eligible for referral to the Fair Access Protocol. The purpose of a Fair Access Protocol is to ensure that the vulnerable children and those who are having difficulty in securing a school place in year are allocated a school place as quickly as possible, minimising the time the child is out of school. And the final part of your question, Councillor Potter, free school transport is normally provided to the nearest or catchment school where the distance criteria is met. However, free school transport to the next nearest school to the home address can be considered where the nearest or catchment school is full and where parents have made a formal but unsuccessful appeal for the place at such a school. Parents do not have to send their child to the nearest or catchment area school. However, if they exercise their preference, they can be offered a place for their child at an outer catchment school, but they will normally have to make their own travel arrangements. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Potter, do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, just to ask the portfolio holder, I know of one child who has been out of an education setting since the start of the school term, having left their independent provision at the beginning of September. Is there suitable ways of tracking to make sure that those pupils don't get lost and that a suitable place is found for them at the earliest convenience?
Okay. I'm going to come back to the portfolio holder to see if they can answer the supplementary. However, if they can't, you can expect to have one emailed out. Kirsty, do you have an answer at hand?
Yes, admissions are aware of said student and they are working with the family to find a suitable school. Hopefully good news soon. And yes, they do track through the admissions team.
Okay, thank you. So we will move on to the next question then, which has been received from Councillor Barrow, I believe. Councillor Barrow.
Thank you. Since the ending of the delivery of school safety and active travel training through a commission with WSP, can the portfolio holder for education please advise what is being done as a local authority to counteract this during the academic school year, and can she outline, if possible, any future plans around this?
Kirsty, back to you.
Thank you, Councillor Barrow, for your question. When the new contract with WSP was tendered, the decision was made to remove road safety and active travel training from WSP and deliver it in-house. The commission ended in July 2023 and the Sustainable Travel Team was created, whose focus is on increasing the number of children walking, cycling and wheeling to school and subsequent wraparound activities alongside modernising our road safety education programme. So far, the team has engaged with 45 schools out of 180 schools in Shropshire on active travel planning and through the Mode Shift Stars to start to encourage more sustainable school journeys and work towards achieving award status. 5 school streets have been introduced at Market Drayton Junior School, Woodside Primary School in Oswestry, Gabone Primary School, Mearside Primary Academy in Shrewsbury, Whitchurch Junior School and a further one to be implemented at St John's in Bridgenorth. Bikeability training, we are on track to hit the 80% target set by the government within 2090 children trained between April and July 2024 compared to 3,713 children from April 23 to March 24. Selected as a trial authority to take part in a pilot project from the Bikeability Trust to train school staff on how to deliver balanced bike training directly. Interest for this pilot was overwhelming with 115 primary schools applying. We have so far trained 27 schools, 54 teachers and each school has received 6 balanced bikes. Jointly funded, a new green light programme with West Mercia Police will be offered to all sixth form and colleges. A total of 23 schools have awarded grants from the £30,000 of Active Travel England's Capability and Ambition Fund, where they were able to bid for up to £1,000 towards increasing their active travel to and from school. Provided scootability training for 346 children during the school holidays campaign week with...
Thank you for that. Obviously didn't heed my words at the beginning of the meeting.
I continue?
Please carry on.
Okay, so where was I? Scootability training. For September within school streets. Produced 3 helpful toolkits for free access to use by schools to support and train on road safety and active travel measures. Also developed a new road safety programme to replace the previous Stepping Out programme. Produced a termly newsletter with a 4th currently being developed, which is then circulated to all 180 schools, giving schools updates and also celebrate the successes achieved. And finally, in addition, the team have worked with several individual schools on safety campaigns and improved signage measures. A superhero competition has worked collaboratively with Public Health, School Nursing, West Mercia Police, Shropshire Fire and Rescue and Energise Shropshire, Telford and Wrekin. I'm pleased to confirm the Council has also, with the redesign of the service, resulted in a £20,000 annual saving to the Council, while still funding 3 full-time jobs and increased offer to schools and the community. It's a great example of how working differently is cost-effective but better suited for Shropshire. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Barrett, do you have a supplementary question?
I'd like to thank the portfolio holder for her answer, and I note the pace of change and the excellent work done by the team, and I'd like you to extend my thanks to them, please. Thank you.
Thank you. So we move on to the next question, which is from Councillor Rob Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question concerns the cost of home-to-school transport to the Council in urban areas which should be served by high-quality walking and cycling networks. For the academic year 2023-2024, what was the total cost of providing home-to-school transport from addresses in Shrewsbury to schools in Shrewsbury? What is the cost excluding young people with additional needs? If possible, please do you provide the cost for other market towns?
Thank you. And once again, Kirsty.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson, for your question. The government has introduced targets where 50% of primary school children will be expected to walk, cycle or scoot to school. Shropshire Council is working not only to build walking and cycling infrastructure to support the culture change, but also deliver training, campaigns and support to allow this change. To this end, the Sustainable Travel Team was formed in February 2024 to support schools in encouraging, supporting and promoting active travel to school, of which I've just given Councillor Barrow a full breakdown. The Sustainable Travel Team are launching a brand new road safety education programme which focuses on walking and cycling to school. This programme will be available to schools from October 2024 and provides age-appropriate lessons and classes for children to promote safety and confidence for primary school children to actively travel to and from school. Schools across the county have also had the opportunity to bid for Shropshire Council for the funding which I've just discussed, and many schools were actively encouraged to do that, and they've all received the money and starting with their projects. This month, schools in Shrewsbury will be offered the opportunity to partake in WOW, the Walk to School Challenge, where pupils get rewarded with badges for the number of active travel journeys they make to school. This programme is offered for the academic year and includes an offer doing regular activities on the importance and benefits of walking and cycling. We also funded scootability sessions were held over the summer to teach younger children about safety scooting school, and feedback has been very positive. School streets have been launched in 5 schools across Shropshire, and 4 Shrewsbury schools are on the list for the next round, which will look at bringing that culture change in walking and cycling. So far, it seems that these have been successful in bringing a change to the habits moving away from car use. Our recently adopted local cycling and walking infrastructure plan, the LC WIP, focuses on key routes which will support us in obtaining government funding to deliver more safety walking and cycling routes. In respect of the free school transport in Shropshire, this is generally provided to the nearest or catchment area school where the home address is over the statutory walking distance. Within Shrewsbury and market towns within Shropshire, where pupils live within the statutory walking distance to the nearest school, no pupils without additional needs are recorded as receiving home-to-school transport from Shropshire Council for the academic year 23-24. And finally, for the academic year of 23-24, the cost of providing transport for pupils who live within Shrewsbury and receive travel assistance to specialist schools in Shrewsbury is £529,000 and £499. These pupils will all have special educational needs, complex and or profound needs, disabilities or mobility difficulties. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, do you have a supplementary question?
I will. I will just note that normally we get the written responses beforehand and we didn't have them today, so it makes it difficult. I'd just like to ask Portfolio, what pressure are you and your officers applying to colleagues in highways and transport? Because I think the stuff being done in education is good, but it's the soft measures and it's the hard measures we need from transport and highways to really see this change happen. So what pressure are you applying, particularly in Shrewsbury, to accelerate the delivery of the Shrewsbury movement and public space strategy to enable more transport independence? Thank you.
Thank you. Kirsty, do you have an answer to that, or is that... Go on then.
I couldn't possibly just focus on Shrewsbury, Councillor Wilson. This applies to all of Shropshire, so let's be fair. Yeah, there's doing, as you know, you've been copying into the street scene emails around the potential work, so but this kind of crosses over to Dan Morris's portfolio, but yeah, there is absolutely a focus on getting these pathways cleared and working with town and parish councils and landowners that are responsible for cutting back their own boundaries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next question is from Councillor Dan Thomas. Dan.
Thank you, Chairman. Hundreds of Shropshire people are in urgent need of affordable housing. In my Much Wenlock division alone, more than 50 families with a local connection to the parish are actively applying for homes on Home Point, facing several barriers and are anxiously awaiting a solution. Much Wenlock recently welcomed the development of 12 affordable low-energy homes in the town, which has greatly helped address this need. Yet using Home Point to apply for these homes has been a constant source of distress for these families. It leaves families waiting far too long to learn the outcome of their applications, and it's generally perceived as being an impediment to users rather than being of assistance. Would the portfolio holder please outline the measures being taken to develop the Home Point system, or indeed a replacement interface in such a way that it works for the people of Much Wenlock and for Shropshire? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to come to Councillor Dean Carroll as portfolio holder for housing and assets. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Councillor Thomas, for the question. Shropshire Home Point has over 7,500 households currently registered as wanting accommodation. Approximately half of these are in bands 1 to 5, meaning that they have a housing need. This number has increased significantly since the COVID pandemic. The team have been operating with several vacancies, which does impact on the time taken to process an application. However, regardless of this, households in housing need and to whom the council have a statutory duty are fast-tracked, so their application is registered as soon as possible. We are committed to constantly improving the service for those who need to use it, at what we understand will be a very difficult. As part of this, the Shropshire Home Point IT system is in the process of being majorly upgraded. Once completed, this will enable households to access their application via a customer portal, which will mean they are able to make changes themselves rather than having to wait for staff to make the changes as they do now. We assure this will speed up the process and enable applications to be registered more quickly. As agreed at February Council, as part of the medium-term financial strategy, we are also looking to close the housing register temporarily to anyone whom the Council does not have a duty to house. This will mean that for this period, the team will be able to concentrate on delivering the system upgrade and catch up on outstanding applications and focus on those who are in most housing need. Thank you.
Thank you. Just before I come for the supplementary question, that's the second errant phone noise. Can everybody just take a second to check any phones they may have in their pockets, bags or on their desk, just to make sure they're off? It is difficult for questioners and for people to hear the answers when things go off when they shouldn't. Okay, thank you. Councillor Thomas, do you have a supplementary question?
Just a comment, just to say thank you for the update from the portfolio holder, and very much welcome the update. I think it will make a big difference to certainly the people of Munchwellnock and Shropshire as a whole.
Thank you. So we will move on to the next question, which is from Councillor Rachel Connolly. Rachel.
Thank you. Today's meeting marks almost 9 months since significant damage was caused to New Road in Bridgnorth as a result of a vehicle crashing through barriers and falling 50 metres down an embankment before landing on the road below. Thankfully, no one was injured. This is a well-used road and footpath connecting Low Town with High Town on a steep gradient. Temporary barriers of up to 20 metres in length have been in place since then, but are regularly knocked over, making the area unsafe, requiring immediate attention. The vehicle caused extensive damage to the original barriers, the barrier posts and the foundations. The vehicle further destroyed a street lighting asset and the associated cabling, which means at least 6 out of 8 street lights have not been working since December 2023. It also damaged a brick wall further away from the immediate area at the top of a set of steps. I have been informed by a council officer that the impact of the damage on the foundation is significant and a full design and installation package will be needed to resolve the damage, which will take considerable time and money. The combination of temporary barriers often vandalised and a lack of adequate lighting is causing significant concern from residents regarding their safety. Given that it has been 9 months, a considerable time since the incident, please can I ask when this issue will be resolved and the safety of this thoroughfare restored? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Darren Morris, as portfolio holder for Highways.
Thank you, Councillor Connolly, for your question. In the latter part of 2023, on New Road in Bridgnorth, adjacent to the footbridge, a driver lost control of a vehicle and ploughed into fencing, railings, a street lighting column, a brick wall and a curved decorative brick pillar, all owned by Shropshire Council. The driver absconded immediately. Shropshire Council has exhausted all its powers in attempts to trace this particular driver or identify a means of recharging without success. Regretfully, Shropshire Council will now need to carry the full cost of the replacement and renewal works, which exceed £25,000 in works alone. Temporary barriers installed on the night of the incident were later vandalised and were replaced with a second set, more firmly secured, which remain in place. Shropshire Council's Highways team will have the design and the bulk of the works completed by the end of this financial year.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you. Just very quickly, I didn't have the option to see the answer before. Is that standard? Do I just literally get given the answer now? Okay, that's fine.
I will discuss that, although it was a fairly comprehensive answer. And
No, that's fine. So you're talking to do the design by the end of this financial year?
That's the question, is it?
That's the question.
I believe I'll answer that question. Shropshire Council's Highways team will have the design and the bulk of the works completed by the end of this financial year.
Okay. All right, good. Good.
Thank you.
Rachel, good. You turned it off. Super. So we will move on to the next question, which is from Councillor Duncan Kerr. Councillor Kerr.
Okay, the Cabinet made a decision to impose charges for green waste at this meeting on 7th of July. I attended the meeting saying the action should be subject to an equality impact assessment, which was not included in the published report. After the meeting, I wrote to the Chief Executive, Head of Legal and Governance, and received a reply stating they accepted that such an assessment is required. I was told the assessment was then considered by the Cabinet member after the decision was made. I'm sure the leader will agree with me that this does not meet the Council's legal obligations under Section 149 of the Equality Act 2010, and that the Conservative group and indeed the Labour government need to practice what they say about equality. As has been reported in the press, this rushed and ill thought out decision making has been detrimental to the disabled and the elderly, impacts that were readily foreseeable and could have been avoided. Given her opposition to long-term planning, evidenced by her rejection of a motion calling for a waste minimisation strategy in 2022, ironically on the grounds that it might mean charging for green waste, what measures would the leader be taken to ensure all Cabinet members understand the importance of equality impact assessments in making future decisions?
Thank you. And I believe, Leslie, you are going to answer on this one.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr Chairman. Councillor Leslie Picton, Leader of Shropshire Council. Thank you, Councillor Kerr, for your question. An environmental, social and health impact assessment had been completed for the waste report which came to Cabinet on the 17th of July, not the 7th as stated in your question, just to be clear, but did not appear in the published papers, which was regrettable but was a genuine oversight. Soon after the Cabinet meeting, this oversight was communicated to myself and Cabinet. I asked Cabinet members to confirm that they had read the impact assessment, and I also asked them to confirm whether the document changed the way in which they would have voted. This was within the call-in period before the decision had actually come into effect. I accept that this was not an ideal situation and steps have been taken to ensure that this does not happen again. I will point out, though, that at no point during the debate on charging for green waste did you raise concerns about the impact this may have on groups or individuals. What you said was, and I quote, that you were not opposing the direction taken. So despite your comments regarding my inability to plan long term, oh that I wish that we could, I do not have to reiterate to any of my Cabinet colleagues how important impact assessments are when taking decisions. In fact, Councillor Kerr, the Strategic Equality Objections Action Plan for 24 to 28 is due to come to Cabinet on the 16th of October, not prompted by your question, I hasten to add, but this will further reinforce our understanding of the requirements of the public sector equality duty. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr, do you have a supplementary question?
No, I think the public would draw their own conclusions. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Okay. We will move on. And I found this a bit confusing when I was going through. It says item 7, member and public questions. However, there is a recommendation which you have all seen about the interpretation of what was decided on the 18th of July 24, and I believe all group leaders have agreed that it should be firmed up to make it as it should be. So I'm going to move that the recommendation as set out on the agenda, that the following wording should now be incorporated into the Council Procedure Rules so that timescales for member public questions are as clear as possible. And those words are, by 12 noon on the day preceding the third clear working day before the meeting. Be agreed. Brian, are you seconding that?
Yes, this seems a very sensible proposition which will clarify the issue completely, and I'm happy to second it.
Okay. Okay, all those in favour please show. That looks as though it's going to be unanimous. Any abstentions or against? No, unanimous. Thank you, members. So we will move on to item 8 then, which is the paper on preventing homelessness and rough sleeping strategy 24 to 29. So I'm going to invite Councillor Dean Carroll as the portfolio holder for housing and assets to present the report, move the report and the recommendations to be agreed and, well, received and agreed. Okay.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I'm delighted to be able to bring forward this preventing homelessness and rough sleeping strategy and attached action plan. This has been a long time in the development. I pay tribute to Tammy Sabanovic, the housing officer who has heroically created numerous strategies since she's been in place slightly under a year ago. This strategy takes us through to 2029 and outlines how we seek to reduce instances of rough sleeping and reduce the number of people who are at risk of homelessness in Shropshire. There are four strands, four key priorities to the work that range from the partnership working that we have, not just with housing associations, but across the county. And as a result of the consultation, the public consultation that was undertaken earlier this year, we've expanded that remit to include parish and town councils to identify and address ways to meeting the complex needs that people experiencing rough sleeping and repeat homelessness have, to develop and improve access to the suitable accommodation needed. And we've been bringing forward over the course of this current financial year numerous projects through council and cabinet to increase the range of temporary accommodation that we have available and supported, and specialist accommodation available to people. And finally, to improve our housing options service, which is already a very good service, but to modernise, make more efficient and effective, and increase the accessibility of the service so that it provides the best possible support to the people who need it at what is a very difficult period in their lives. The consultation responses are attached at Appendix 5 of the report. There were some very detailed responses and some more general. Where consultation responses offered specific practical or constructive criticism, we were very keen to take that on board and to adopt those recommendations and adjust the strategy and action plan in accordance with those responses. In some cases, the responses were just too general and unspecific to incorporate into the strategy, but were heard loud and clear. We also have attached at Appendix, where is it? Appendix 2, I believe it is. It's not here. It's on the end of the report. Appendix 2 is the action plan, which is a living, breathing document which will help us to move forward and deliver the objectives in the strategy. It's also intended that the strategy will be reviewed every year to ensure that it remains current and to ensure that it is delivering for the people of Shropshire that need it the most. I am happy to move recommendation 3.1, and that is that we ask Council to approve and formally adopt the Preventing Homelessness and Rough Street Sleeping Strategy, which is attached at Appendix 1, and the subsequent action plan to that, Appendix 2/Appendix 1's addendum. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Jones, are you seconding this?
Councillor Mark Jones, Caboyne, Slatton and Western Rin. Thought you'd all like to see me heading over there. Yeah, I support this and I second it and reserve my right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I've got two councillors thus far, Councillor Julian Dean and Councillor Julia Buckley.
Thank you very much. I broadly welcome this report and thank you for the work on it. I wanted to draw attention specifically to the issue of young adults. So under 5.5 it says young people under the age of 35 are experiencing increasing difficulties to secure affordable independent accommodation, particularly one on a low income. This can be seen across both the public and the private sector. So I've estimated, based on your figures, that we're talking about something like 650 people under 35 in the county who are either facing homelessness immediately or in housing need that have been identified. And I think we all know that if we are to ensure that the county is prosperous and successful. We need young workers in key worker jobs. We need young workers in the foundation economy, the basic roles in retail, in agriculture, whatever it is, and that we really do need to address that. So there's a few questions I have, which is, first of all, can we seriously consider revising the terms for CDL so that it actually begins to address that particular housing need? Are we confident that STAR in its plans is addressing that particular area of housing needs? Are we confident that our response to the planning reforms that have been proposed, which frankly I don't think go anywhere near addressing the need, because currently although we're getting lots of promises from the new government around social housing, we're not actually seeing any funding or any rule changes which are going to enable that yet. Are we confident that our council's response to the reforms has highlighted this particular issue? I've myself written to our MP on these issues, and I'm hoping that we get a positive response in terms of specific policies to support young workers and social housing for them. And finally, in terms of the recommendations, the final one is to explore and identify government funding opportunities to improve outcomes for homeless households. Do we have the capacity to do that? You know, the opposition groups have continually said, actually, you know, we need a team. We need specific staff who are tasked with looking for the funding opportunities, who can do that horizon scanning, and who can respond and get the bids in. So I'd be interested in your response in terms of what capacity we actually have to explore and identify government funding opportunities. Thank you.
Councillor Buckley.
Thank you. I really welcome this report. I know it's been delayed, but I think we should applaud the hard work of the officers who brought it to us today. I personally spent 3 years on the Star Housing Board, which was a really good insight on how hard our officers and partners are working to deliver the highest quality housing with a depleting stock. So Councillor Dean is quite right. The lack of available stock is the constant pressure, despite these aspirations to ensure that the right people are being prioritised. And I particularly want to draw attention to the work in this report to support survivors of domestic violence as a priority for housing allocation. They are the only group that currently don't need a local connection for obvious safety reasons, and that's really welcome, and it runs right through this report to the end. I'd also like to remind you that this week the new Labour government announced 2 more commitments, and that same provision be made for care leavers up to the age of 25 and for all veterans. So I look forward to seeing those commitments also added in to the next version of this report. I heard that it will be reviewed annually, and I think it's important that we make sure that all those 3 vulnerable categories are included, because it's so important. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex Wagner.
I think the housing strategy is very welcome, and I totally echo the comments about how hard officers have worked. The only thing I did want to raise is I think that the sort of quite rightly lofty ambitions of Housing First and what we're doing on the ground are often quite different. So specifically, I know that I've raised concerns with the proposed plans at the Tannery, the old student accommodation on Barker Street, which is going to be turned next month into 61 units of temporary accommodation. Was the University Hall, as far as I can tell, there haven't been any significant architectural changes to it. Actually, I am a bit worried about how that's going to be managed. Smaller projects in other parts of Shrewsbury have taken a lot longer to come up with, have required a lot of extensive architectural change, bids to government, funding, management plans that have gone through lots of consultation. Actually, we are going to be opening the largest unit in Shropshire's history, as far as I can tell, next month, to very little fanfare, with very little change. So only to note that I think that the strategy is good. I will be supporting it, absolutely. But some of the things we are doing on the ground, even next month, might actually come into conflict with what it aims to do. And I would just, as I say, like to say for the record, I am very worried about the tannery and how that's going to operate and the impact that's going to have, especially given it is, frankly, in the part of Shrewsbury that has the most acute problem with antisocial behaviour, especially late at night. And I think that, as I say, given that we're looking at weeks for that to open, with pretty much no public consultation, I'm quite concerned about what that's going to do to the town.
Okay, I haven't got anybody else on my list, so I'm going to go back to Council. Viv. Oh, Viv, sorry, yeah. Sorry, Viv, I do have you on my list. My pen's over your name. Go on then.
Thank you very much. I welcome this report as well, because I found it very interesting. I read it through a couple of times. Can I say that when I had my surgeries, The biggest amount of people I get are elderly people who come to me and tell me that their landlords are not keeping the renovations in their properties up to date. For no reason of their own, I did report it to Shropshire Council one case, they were thrown out of their house and unfortunately had to go into hotel accommodation and were there for about 4 months until we managed to get them somewhere to live. It's not just that one person. I've had umpteen people, elderly, who maybe get people who rented their house from, and then after a period of time they died, and then the people who then owned it, which was the parent with the children, asked them to leave, which is not very helpful. You know, people having to take the cats and the dogs and things with them. It's very concerning when you're in your 70s and 80s. That's one part. Now, the other part is young people who, for no reason of their own, find themselves out of work, didn't like university, are thrown out, all sorts of things, can't find a job, and for some reason of their own, cannot then get back onto that cycle of work, maybe become alcoholics or take drugs. And that is the reason I really was interested in this, that you'd mentioned all that about young people. It's very important that isn't happening. They're given the chance to have a decent job and somewhere to live. And then that keeps them on. They don't have the problem with the drugs and the alcohol situation. I also, can I just say that I have had an email from the Mayor of Ludlow this morning to tell me that we have rough sleepers in Ludlow. And they have a very threatening, this is her words by the way, not mine, very threatening manner of behaviour where the people from the Chamber of Trade have had to lock the shop doors to stop them going in because they're causing problems, and also going up to people and telling one lady, propositioning the men in the town, and so, you know, which is not on. We cannot get the police to do anything about it. So if Shropshire Council could do something about it, it would really help. These people are not homeless. They are being brought in every day from Leominster in cars. So if maybe this council could do something about it by getting in touch with the police and helping. This has been ongoing now for at least 3 years. So there's a few things there, but I found it very, very useful. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mark?
Yeah, I think the report was welcomed and not tight short. So I move we move to the vote.
Okay, I will go back to, sorry, I was expecting to manage to get a drink. I thought you might be a bit more wordy, but there you go. Okay, so, Dean.
Thank you, Chairman. I will ask your indulgence, please, to let me know when I have 30 seconds remaining, as I can't see the clock.
If I need to, I will, I promise you.
Where I am sitting. In terms of, firstly, Julian, Councillor Dean's questions, absolutely that I entirely support the ethos of what you're saying about young people, and the section 5.5, I believe it was that you referenced, was of course 5.5 in the strategy, not 5.5 in the report document. In terms of the role of CDL, that's Cornovi Developments Limited, and STAR being Shropshire Towns and Rural Housing as the council's various housing arm's length companies, they both have a role to play in helping to deliver against the objectives of this strategy. I think specifically in terms of CDL, partly the role that they have to play and how far they go in playing that role will be down to the Housing Supervisory Board, as there are degrees of separation between Cabinet, Council, Housing Supervisory Board, the CDL board and CDL operationally. So I'm not sure whether you sit on the Housing Supervisory Board, Julian. I believe you used to. I don't know whether you still do. You do. Excellent. So any support that you can provide as a member of the Housing Supervisory Board in doing that would be very welcome. Similarly, in terms of Star Housing, any support from council appointed members of that board, and I look to one of them at least who's nodding, would be very helpful. And in terms of capacity for finding funding, capacity is always an issue. However, wherever possible, the administration of finding that funding can be incorporated into the overall projects that the funding is for. Julia, I welcome what you said. However, you are slightly incorrect in saying that domestic violence sufferers are the only people who don't require a local connection, in that our own policy also means that there is no necessity for a local connection for veterans either in terms of housing need. In fact, domestic violence survivors, care leavers and veterans are already priority groups for Shropshire Council housing policy, regardless of any announcement that was made this week. Viv, thank you for your comments. Really welcome what you've said. In terms of the people in Ludlow, I'm a little bit confused whether they were rough sleepers or not. If they were rough sleepers, can I ask, have they been referred to Shropshire Council's housing service? If not rough sleepers who are acting in an antisocial behaviour, I suggest that's probably more a question for the police than Shropshire Housing Services. And then I'll come to Councillor Wagner's question, and I could pull my hair out, but I'm not going to. I'm just simply going to respond with Councillor Wagner. There was a Cabinet report about 6 weeks ago that came forward seeking approval for the tannery, in which questions were asked, or questions were able to be asked about the management plan. Councillor Wagner, you didn't attend that meeting, and nor did you submit any questions in advance of that meeting about the management plan. Indeed, you haven't contacted me at all about the management plan for the tannery, nor, to the best of my knowledge, have you contacted officers about that. As far as I'm aware, the only questions that you've raised have been on social media and the press, which makes me question what your motivation for attempting to scapegoat the vulnerable people who will be housed at the tannery is, and I have no interest in answering any other of the questions from a member like that. No. So you've got 58 seconds left just to give you that warning. Okay. I believe that it does seem to be very positively welcome this. We do have a recommendation, which is that the council is asked to approve and formally adopt the Preventing Homelessness and Rough Sleeping Strategy. All those in favour, please show. Any against? I don't think there's any point standing up counting, Tim. It appears to be unanimous. So I take it there were no abstentions either. So we will mark that as unanimous. Is that somebody's phone ringing? I thought I heard a bing then. Okay, so we'll move on to item 9 then, which is the Shrewsbury Sports Village transformation proposals and the results of the public consultation and authority to proceed with detailed design and planning. So I'm going to invite Councillor Robert Macy, who is the Portfolio Holder for Culture and Digital, to present the report, move the report and the recommendations to be received and agreed. Councillor Macy.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor Robert Macy, Councillor for Gabowen, Salatin and Western Ryn, and Portfolio Holder for Culture and Digital. This project's a significant step forward in our ambition to provide modern, inclusive and sustainable sports and leisure facilities for our community. Today I'm pleased to present the results of the recent public consultation and seek approval to proceed with the detailed design and planning stages of this transformational project. The core of this proposal is to enhance the current facilities at Shrewsbury Sports Village, making it a vibrant, multi-feature centre for all ages and abilities. Key elements include a new 25-metre, 8-lane swimming pool, a studio teaching pool, expanded fitness suites, new dance and cycle studios, and a family-friendly soft play area and cafe. These enhancements would enable us to meet swimming competition standards, allowing us to host swimming events, including county-level events, something I know that is welcomed by local clubs and the area officers who I know have taken the time to attend today's meeting, and provide a much needed fitness and wellness hub for the wider community. The project aligns with our sustainability goals. The new facility will be an all-electric building powered by photovoltaic cells and air source heat pumps, helping to significantly reduce our carbon footprint. We're aiming to achieve the BREEAM Excellent standard, setting a benchmark for energy efficiency and environmental responsibility. The consultation process involved over 1,300 responses, with 70% of the public expressing satisfaction with the overall proposals. The feedback was clear: the community wants modern, accessible facilities, and we've designed this project with those needs in mind. Accessibility features such as pool lifts for wheelchair users, dedicated changing places facilities, and a focus on inclusive design will ensure that everyone can enjoy these facilities. While there were concerns raised about transport and parking, we've committed to addressing these in the next stages of design, ensuring the site is accessible by car, public transport and active travel routes. The approach of developing the facilities, including a new pool at Sundawn, allows us to offer continuity of access to facilities when our attention turns next to exploring and developing the options for the quarry, a process which we would undertake prior to the opening of the new facilities at Sundawn. This report's been examined by scrutiny, who have considered the report, and it was agreed to look at further options to improve the environmental credentials of the Sundawn site as a whole, and it was subsequently approved by Cabinet. In summary, this is an exciting opportunity to create state-of-the-art sports and leisure hub, one that caters to our current needs and prepares us for the future. I ask the Council to support this proposal so we can move forward with the detailed design and planning stages and turn this into a reality. With that, I move the recommendations listed in the report.
Thank you, and that's been seconded by Councillor Carroll. Is that correct?
Formally second, Chairman, and reserve my right.
Okay, well, I've had a number of hands shoot up from Councillors Houghton, Connolly, Wilson, Dean, Dartnell and Pardee. So, Councillor Reid Houghton first. Sorry, can you put your microphone on? We can hear then. Oh dear. IT? There's another one. She's got a spare.
The plans for a competition standard swimming pool in Shropshire is, I think, generally good news for the county and will benefit all residents. However, all communities across all areas of Shropshire do need access to swimming pools. And that has been illustrated by the recent Olympics. It takes a local pool to create an Olympic swimmer, as is the case in relation to the pool at Bishop's Castle. In Bishop's Castle, the local community is fundraising and working extremely hard to raise £250,000 for essential pool improvements, including improving accessibility and sustainability, not to the same standards as are proposed here, but certainly to improve access for a wider range of community members. £8.6 million pounds proposed to be spent in due course on this new proposal. There's currently a new development in Whitchurch of millions of pounds, and my question is this equitable? Can funds for swimming pools be more improvements and redevelopment be shared more equally across the whole of the county, please?
Thank you. Councillor Rachel Connolly, could I just ask that members, I am struggling, maybe because I'm getting older, to hear one or two members. If you're reading something, can you have your microphone kind of in the direction of your voice travel? Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. I was heavily involved with my local swimming club in Bridgnorth for many years, and both my children swam competitively across the county and the wider regions. It is a skill they will never forget, and at the ages of 20 and 23, they both still swim regularly. I understand the need for a competition standard pool in the county. However, when residents across the county are being told that ruthless cuts have to be made, I am questioning the timing of this and its affordability. As the portfolio holder for finance explained at Scrutiny Committee, we have to get our act together and getting these savings delivered and the spending down. At a time when town and parish councils across the county are being approached by Shropshire Council to take on the cost of services such as libraries, leisure centres and grounds maintenance, I know many residents will be surprised to hear of this proposal to spend £2.248 million on the first stages of the project, which is estimated to cost £28.86 million in total. The proposal reinforces the perception that whilst areas around the county are having to tighten their belts, significant investment continues in Shrewsbury in spite of the dire financial situation Shropshire Council is facing.
Got it? Or did your microphone go off? No? Okay, thank you. Councillor Rob Wilson.
I accept that we need a competition pool. I accept the quarry pool is failing and losing us lots of money. I do not accept moving swimming out of the town centre. At the last Cabinet meeting, the Cabinet adopted the Shrewsbury movement and public space strategy. This proposal goes completely against that. I heard the leaders say at that meeting that there are segregated cycle routes out to Sundawn. No, there are not. They don't exist. I heard it was said that only coaches can get to Sundawn. Why not that big brownfield site we have in the middle of town, that's next to the bus station, next to the train station, next door to Raven Meadows, and just over the river from Frankwell? That is the most accessible site in the entire county. If you want a county swim facility, and you want to put it on council-owned land, why isn't that an option? We're being presented with a Hobson's choice. Oh, don't worry, we'll look at the quarry later. Why then, previously, were these two projects joined together at the hip, and then subsequently they were split apart? My residents know what it means. They are really angry about this, and I cannot support this on behalf of them.
Thank you. Councillor Julian Dean.
Thank you. A number of points. Firstly, just in terms of the statement from the portfolio holder that this new facility will reduce our carbon footprint. Well, it will, since I added the additional point that we need to take the opportunity to reduce the carbon footprint of the existing building. Otherwise, it just would have been a new building, and it might have been a zero carbon building, but it wouldn't have done anything for the rest of our carbon footprint. So I do query really why it took a member of an opposition group to make that point. But nevertheless, I welcome the fact that the proposal does now include the investigation of whether the transformation of the site could also take into account reducing the carbon footprint of the rest of the site by producing, for example, a canopy over the car park, and looking at other options, ground source heat, etc. In terms of the location, I absolutely take the points that Councillor Wilson is making, and I also represent a ward which is much closer to the quarry. But I have to say that I also recognise the case for a county-wide facility, and I think that it is really challenging to see that in the quarry. And I also recognise the case actually for better facilities for the north of Shrewsbury, which is our less wealthy part of the town. So I'm not going to oppose this on those grounds. However, I think Councillor Connolly has an absolutely key point, which there is a question mark over why we are proceeding with this now in this financial year. Is this because it's a nice legacy piece of work that you might be able to leave behind once after May, or perhaps it does raise the question that this project, which I support, why are we actually proceeding with spending £2.25 million in the year when we are desperately trying to balance the books and when we have a real crisis on our hands? So I would suggest that we simply hold off until the new financial year when we are confident that we have the money to do this next piece of work.
Thank you. Councillor Leslie Picton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just coming back on Councillor Dean's point, as you know, before becoming leader, I was the portfolio holder. I'm sure Councillor Macy is going to say this. If we want swimming in Shrewsbury at all, and this is about equity, okay? If we want Shrewsbury in swimming at all, we need to crack on with this project. Because if we don't, the quarry will fail. My biggest concern is the quarry fails before this new pool is built. And as for reducing the carbon, at the moment, the carbon that's coming out of the quarry pool is horrendous. It's one of our worst carbon polluters. So, of course, by taking that facility and doing something else in the quarry, whatever that may be, because no decision has been made, will reduce the carbon. But I can't emphasise enough the difference between capital and revenue. The reason we are proceeding with this project, the reason we are proceeding with this project is that this capital expenditure will have an impact on the revenue costs of this pool. At the moment, the revenue cost for the Quarry Swimming Centre is enormous. This new facility will reduce those revenue costs. Can I also say that I am really pleased to see that we've got members of the swimming community here today in the public gallery. And if I'm right, one of them actually said to us at Cabinet, please don't disappoint us again. And members, when it comes to the vote today, please don't disappoint all those competition swimmers, all those people in the north
of Shrewsbury who don't have the luxury of being able to walk to the quarry. Please don't disappoint them again.
Thank you. Councillor Rosemary Dartnell.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, obviously we support this pool in the sense that we believe, you know, and we understand the need for competition swimming in Shropshire. It improves our, apart from the facilities, and for those who are involved in competition swimming, it improves our facilities at Sundawn for local people, however local they may be. But there are questions about whether we can afford it, because I think most of us here know the difference between capital and revenue, but we do know that revenue is where interest payments come from. So we do have concerns, and those are entirely justifiable, as Councillor Jean has already pointed out. What we cannot afford, for sure, is for this renewed facility to be car dependent in that Shropshire way. Any travel plan that comes with a planning application must include a real and convincing plan for a network of public transport, not just one that comes from the town centre, one that comes from all different possible places where people might want to swim. And the same for active travel. Yes, there is one path near, but it only has, it just covers one route. There is a requirement for a network of active travel and also for public transport to feed this facility. Inevitably, Shrewsbury and surrounding area councillors are all concerned that despite being a separate project, which we all recognise, I'm sure, that this plan will ultimately impact negatively on town centre swimming, so that has to be mentioned. Particularly in the light that the council plans to rapidly or dramatically increase the number of residential properties right in the very centre of the town.
Thank you. Councillor Kevin Hardy.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, as a Sundawn member, I support this, but I do have my reservations, and I've been a councillor for 11 years, and in them 11, some people have been here since they were embryos, and I've never known anything like this. For 11 years, this has been going backwards and forwards and backwards and forwards. We were going to go to Sundawn, we had a protest group, so we're going to go back to the quarry, and then back to Sundawn, and back to Sundawn and have the quarry. The quarry was put up for sale at one time. People will deny this, but it was, and that was soon taken away. So we've never ever sort of got to make a decision, really, and one of the reasons I support it is because we are making a decision now, and it must have cost hundreds of thousands of pounds the past 11 years messing about with this. So I do have them reservations about affordability, and the cost of the transformation is estimated at £28.86 million. In October 2014, estimates for a no-frills pool was 5.8 million to 8 million. 10 years of us not making a decision will cost a lot of money, a lot of taxpayers' money, and we have to make decisions quicker. What I really worry about is that we will spend 2.248 million at the start of this project, and then only for it to be shelved, which it happens in this council. So that's my biggest worry. I don't want it shelving, and if we go forward, then we go forward knowing it's going to be completed in the 3 years that's stated within the report. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gwilym Butler, then Councillor Nick Hignett, then Councillor Roger Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to point members onto page 125, item 6.7, where it gives the actual projections against revenue and capital borrowing. This is one of those occasions where we are investing to save and at the same time create better facilities for the whole of Shropshire and Shrewsbury. And this will reduce our revenue costs in the longer term. And if we can reduce our revenue costs in the longer term, Councillor Houghton, it may give us opportunities to do other funding across the county. So please support this. It is about helping and making things better. Thank you.
Councillor Nick Hignett.
Thank you, Chair. The points I was going to make have actually already been made, but I would just support the person who said that we need good transport links from the other side of Shrewsbury as well, and particularly from my ward. If we can get the North West Relief Road built as well, that will help with that. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Roger Evans. That's you, Roger. Yeah, you're Roger Evans still.
Thank you, Chairman. I've listened to the debate. I've listened to the debate for the last 12, 14 years. I've took part in marches. I took part in a march right through the town centre, keeping the quarry. And what notice has been taken by that group opposite? Nothing. We've been waiting. We could have had a swimming pool suitable for purpose many years ago. We're now presented with a report here which proposes to spend, as has been by a previous speaker, £2.8 million, part of a almost £30 million project. I'm not sure where that money's coming from the rest of the £30 million. It's before us today. We've got a climate emergency this council is in. There's no transport plan provided on how to get there. Shrewsbury swimming pool. What about the rest of the county? There's 200,000 residents live outside Shrewsbury. What is going to happen to those? How are they going to access the pool except by cars, or 2 buses, or 3 buses, if there is transport there? The ideal solution has always been in Shrewsbury, for the economy, for the best people, for ease of use of people to get to it, and that's been ignored. I also note there's no planning permission on this, and on the Cabinet agenda there was the Big Town Plan, and it agreed that that would now be a material consideration on any future planning applications. So I wonder if we are heading into another North West Relief Road fiasco, where there'll be a long time looking at the planning to order the material consideration can be considered. Really, is this the best? It is the only option. I also have a reply and the question that was asked at the Cabinet, and what hasn't been answered is what's going to happen to the quarry when it is shut, which at some point, and I quote from the question that was asked at Cabinet, and it was not answered, when the quarry is shut, which at some point it will be for either refurbishment, repair, rebuild, or at worst knocked down, you will have a generation of children unable to access swimming lessons unless they come from an affluent family who can afford private lessons. That was part of the question then. I asked the question now, and can we have an answer? We have to go along. We can't vote against this proposal because I also understand that it's been there a long time. But I do worry whether it will be delivered in the end, and how will other residents who live outside of Shrewsbury, like I do, access this pool?
Thank you. And I've got one more member on my list, and then I'm going to go back to the seconder. I think we've given this a pretty good kick around. So, Councillor Dan Morris, you did assure me it was only a small thing.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very brief. I'd like to fully associate myself with the comments of Councillor Hignett regarding transport to the new swimming centre. Why can't we just celebrate this as a council? It's investment in our county. We're putting another swimming pool in Whitchurch. Why can't we just celebrate it? People ask about why these things are delayed. They're delayed because of people like Councillor Evans and Councillor Wilson that constantly block these projects all the time. Let's get on and get this built.
Okay. So, no, thank you very much. Okay, there is a hubbub. Well, no, I've already said I'm going to go back to the seconder. I think, generally speaking, we're all in support. I'd rather it didn't be overly political. I do think this is something to celebrate. So I'm going to go back to the seconder who reserved his right, Councillor Carroll.
Thank you very much, Chairman. As another local North Shrewsbury member, I agree with most of what Councillor Pardee said, actually, which is an unusual experience for both of us. But this predates either of our times on council, and in fact this predates even this council's existence. I can remember back in 2005, 6, 7, 8, Shrewsbury and Atcham Borough Council tying itself up in knots about the future of Shrewsbury Quarry swimming pool. And why is that? And why is it taken to now? And why have the costs ballooned in such a way than they would have been if the nettle had been grasped in the 2000s. Well, it's quite simple. We've been trying to, for all this time, fit a square peg into a round hole. The aspiration and the promise was always to make available a competition standard swimming pool for the county, but that was never possible on the footprint of the quarry site, which always meant that whilst wedded to the quarry as the site, but also wedded to the promise of a competition pool, that the circle could not be closed. That meant a hard decision has had to be made, whether remaining wedded to the quarry site as the sole location for swimming in Shrewsbury, or abandoning the promised aspiration for a competition pool. Now, Shrewsbury Sports Village was built in Sundawn for a very good reason, that it's built at the heart of what is some of the most deprived communities in both Shrewsbury and Shropshire. And it's built so that they have the best possible access to those facilities on their doorstep, that people who live within a stone's throw of the quarry have had for a generation. That was the right decision at the time, and it's the right decision now that they also have access to public swimming facilities. Now, this report isn't closing the door on a town centre swimming facility either. What this report is asking is that we finally get on with what we've been talking about for what is probably 20 years, and that is building a competition standard swimming pool for the county and new facilities. So we are providing that in the place where it will be of most appreciated and most need to a local and deprived community. So I am absolutely in full support of this, with the caveats, as has been said from across the chamber, that proper transport needs to be provided to this location, and those proper transport links will also benefit people in North Shrewsbury by increasing their ease of travel around Shrewsbury and Shropshire. So this is a win-win-win for people in my neck of the woods, and also for people who want to enjoy the benefits of having competition standard swimming within Shropshire, which they commonly don't have access to. So I support this entirely.
Councillor Macy, you originally proposed.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for those words from my Cabinet colleagues in terms of the finances and the business plan and so on. I think I would like to say at this point of supporting leisure facilities across the country at the moment is extremely challenging, as you'll have seen for other authorities. Whatever their representation, it is a tough time for leisure and making these things work. The fact that we are taking this approach in delivering Whitchurch Pool, in delivering this new pool for Sundawn, we continue to invest in our existing facilities wherever they are in the county. We have continued that programme of investment in capital, in facilities that people can access. I think from my point of view, as been referred to by the opposition and by my own party, the amount of time it has taken to get to this decision has been a problem for the authority. It does create an issue. I agree that we would love to have brought this forward previously, but I think the approach we're taking now in that presenting you with a business case that stacks up to get a facility built for all the reasons that we've outlined and the positive impact that will have for not just Shrewsbury but also for the county is why we need to proceed. In terms of the transport, I think if I looked at my Cabinet colleagues for active travel and for transport generally in public transport, I think they would agree this could be a really good catalyst for how we improve public transport across Shrewsbury. So I would like to see when we come forward with planning that we are involving these parts of it and creating something that works for everybody. Personally, from those travelling from other parts of the county, part of the consultation responses we have had is welcoming the fact that this will be accessible for them without them having to come in and out of the town centre each time they want to visit. So from that point of view, we're trying to balance those needs. As Councillor Carroll's referred to, this does not rule out swimming facilities in the quarry in the town centre by making this decision. It simply doesn't. So for those comments that were made previously, sort of hinting that this would, it doesn't. So on the basis of everything that's set out in the report, just Councillor Evans, in terms of the details on the funding, and you don't know how it stacks up, that's in Appendix 6 of the report. And in terms of the answer that I gave to Cabinet, I reassured people that if there was ever a need, this was the point of sequencing these pools, is that we have a pool there ready that we can get people to have their lessons at whilst we're undertaking any of the options we look at for the quarry in the future. So with that, I would like to end on that positive note of this does actually, if we make the decision today and approve the recommendations, it brings an end to the 14 years of discussing this issue and gives us a clear way to move forward with this. As we're moving forward with this, it then gives us a clear way to move on and talk about the quarry and make a decision in that regard. So I would see this as progress. I'd see it as providing a really state-of-the-art facility and expanding what we can offer to the people of Shropshire, and that's what we're here to do. So on that basis, I still think we should proceed and move with the recommendations. Thank you.
Good. Well, there are 4 recommendations on 3.1, 2, 3 and 4. We will move to the vote. All of those in favour of accepting those recommendations, please show. Okay, clear majority, but to give the other people a chance to exercise their upper torsos, all those against show. That's 4. Abstentions. Okay, clearly that has passed. Thank you, councillors. So we will move on to the next item, which hopefully will be relatively straightforward, which is the adoption of the Abbey, Morton Say and Norton in Hales neighbourhood plan. So I'm going to invite Councillor Chris Schofield as the portfolio holder for Planning Regulatory Services to present the report, move the report and recommendations be received and agreed.
Thank you, Chair. The Adderley, Morton Say and Norton in Hales neighbourhood plan has been prepared by Adderley, Morton Say and Norton in Hales neighbourhood plan steering group, with Adderley Parish Council acting as the local qualifying body. Of those who voted, 94% were in favour. I would like to thank all those who took part in preparing the plan and propose that this council now adopt the plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I believe that's being seconded, is it, by the local member? Councillor
Yes, Councillor Allcroft, I'll second that as member for Market Drayton,
okay.
Norton in Hales and Ward.
Good. Got there in the end. Alex.
I just wanted to congratulate the Conservatives on getting through an item without making a personal attack on the opposition. I know
Alex,
you're going to lose your seats in May, but well done.
Alex,
good work.
Alex, there was no need for that. All right.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. There were points made earlier on about personal attacks, and you allowed no reply, no personal explanation.
Roger, I'm going to take exception to that because I do normally reprimand people for doing such. If there were personal attacks made, then the point of order should have been raised during those and not now. And it doesn't stand as a point of order anyway, because it's showed me in the Constitution where it says, you know, you guys do it all the time. We all do it all the time. And I do my best to marshal it in a fair way. So, if anybody's got anything they want to say about the agenda item, that would be welcomed. Gosh. Kevin Pardy, you stuck your hand up.
No, I've changed my mind. I was going to do that.
I'm not surprised. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, okay, good. Very mature. Okay, so it has been proposed and seconded. I won't ask the proposer or the seconder to say anything about the debate because it was not worthy, frankly. Okay, all those in favour of said adoption, please show. Thank you. Any against? Any abstentions? No. Okay, we will move on then to item 11, which is the Finance, Task and Finish Group. And I'm going to invite the Leader of the Council, Councillor Leslie Picton, as she is the Portfolio of Policy and Strategy Improvement and Communications, to present the report and move the report and recommendations be agreed and received. Thank you. Leslie.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This, in a sense, is a little bit of housekeeping, but also the request to Council to allow us to set up a Finance Task and Finish Group. A Finance Task and Finish Group would normally be set up by the Scrutiny Committee, the Improvement and Transformation Scrutiny Committee, but because there is a request that this Financial Task and Finish Group includes members of the Executive, it has to come from Council, not from Scrutiny, hence why it is here today. The position with this Finance Task and Finish Group is that I've reached out to the other opposition group leaders to ask them to work with us on the budget for 25-26. As you know, in the past, we have undertaken an alternative budget process, which in my humble opinion has not been particularly successful. And I would like to think that going forward for next year, we are stronger together. Hence my request via the Scrutiny Committee at the time that we should all work and look at this procedure together. I'm pleased to report that all of the opposition leaders have spoken to their groups and this has been agreed. So this report basically suspends the alternative budget process for 1 year and 1 year only, and puts together the Finance Task and Finish Group made up of the group leaders, deputy leaders of the of the Conservatives, Labour and Liberal Democrats, and then with the leaders of the Independents and the Greens. We will come together to work with the officers on the budget, which will then be scrutinised by Transformation and Improvement at the end of the year, and then we'll make recommendations to Cabinet. This is also a way of opening up the finance process to all of the groups via their group leaders, because I know in the past there has been criticism that the opposition groups are not party to all of the information. I will dispute that. However, this is one way of making sure that that is absolutely clear. So the recommendations are quite simple: that we approve the establishment of a budget task and finish group, the membership in terms of reference which are set out in the appendix, and that we suspend the alternative budget procedure set out in the financial procedure rules until we reinstate it, but certainly for the next 12 months. I'm happy to propose this report.
Thank you. Gwilym was seconding, are you?
Yes, I reserve my right. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Rosemary. Councillor Rosemary Dart.
Thank you. This council is in a financial crisis of such a scale that its future is threatened. This is the result of the failure of successive Conservative administrations in Shropshire.
Sorry. No, having just had that raised as an issue, can we not throw political comments like that?
I'm sorry. I've received them many times.
You made the point. Okay. Thank you.
It's about policy, not individuals. We see an administration blinking in the headlights, stunned and unable to act to reduce costs at the necessary speed. Fact. Spending taxpayers' money on consultants instead of on residents. Having guarded all decision-making until now, the Conservative administration asks opposition groups to work cross-party in setting the budget for the financial year coming. It's a great shame an open and frank cross-party approach was not offered before now. We could have worked together as urged by the LGA peer review, with input and ideas from all corners of the council to face down the financial challenge and reform the council together. Referring again to the peer review that urged full transparency, the omission from today's agenda of any financial updates on the council's current financial position at this critical mid-year point is a glaring omission. Members are entitled to this information in a forum where it can be discussed and examined by us all. The council has its back to the wall. We can all see that there is much to achieve, little time left and even less money. So we are where we are. The Labour Group, myself and Councillor Tony Parsons are readily prepared to take on the work of assessing whatever choices may exist to find a way forward under crisis conditions. We do this in support of Shropshire residents who rely on council services day in and day out. We do this in support of council staff who work day in and day out to provide those services. The Labour Group will of course play its part in the Task and Finish Group over the coming months.
Thank you. Councillor Roger Evans.
Thank you, Chairman. Many ways, I welcome this. It's been many, many years in coming. I've asked more times than I've got fingers on my hand that we should work together. Together we would be stronger against government, against anything else like that. Yes, we do need, because of the times we live in, to save money, and council is in unprecedented position. I've said many times in this chamber, and those who have been here since 2009 will have heard me use invest to save. Invest to save. And what have we done? Bought the shopping centres, £53 million. The Darwin Memorial for £1 million. Spent £2 million on the IP&E. Much money has been wasted. We, in joining this group, want to learn what has been looked at with the swimming pool, because it will be affected next year. What was turned out and how was it arrived at? What has been looked at with the green bins? Why the £56 was put in, and why there was no facility to assist those who are not well off, not pay any council tax, but they're suddenly having to pay £56. Note the word also in this report about the word relevant. In entering this, we would expect to see everything that is available, not just what somebody says is relevant to us. We want to be an equal partner. If we're not treated as an equal partner, we will be withdrawing, because we are opening this with eyes wide open of where this council is in because of the position that's been adopted by certain groups within this council since 2009. We have spent lots of money. We've had warnings from officers telling us that the budget is unsustainable in their reports. And I do note the final two sentences on page 417 and 418, and I'll read them out. It says, the council expects its officers to show strong leadership, accountability and performance management skills, innovation, collaboration and customer focus. The council also expects its officers to ensure that actions are delivered and deadlines are met. I'm sorry, this council expects the cabinet to do that, the cabinet to hold officers to account. We are in this state because the cabinet have not. And as I said at the last cabinet meeting, if one looks at the financial report, every cabinet member has overspent their budgets. What are they doing about it? That is what we will be asking and expect to be told. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. So I've got Councillors Julian Dean, Ed Towers and then Claire Wild.
Thank you very much. So the Green Group is welcomes this and will take part. Just in terms of the wording, it does say leader and deputy of each political group, but we can discuss that afterwards. It's not a deal breaker from our point of view. I just want to really draw attention to the fact that this is a 1 year process, and I think that's correct, because I think that we could talk to the cows come home about the need to cooperate, but elections should have consequences, and elections have had consequences, and that's that this county has been ruled by the Tories for years, and we are where we are. And you have responsibility for your budgets. We are going to help you this time, and that's fine, because we recognise that there's a real crisis, and it makes sense. But it also does make sense that administrations should hold the primary responsibility for budgets, and so it will make sense, whatever the outcome of the elections in May, to return to a situation where the administration hold the responsibility for the budget and opposition parties challenge that and come up with their own ideas. We have a history of doing that. We proposed that the third party spend, which is actually in the budget this time round. We proposed, I'll repeat it yet again, a waste minimisation strategy many years ago, which could have saved us money. We've been looking to develop ideas around capital spend to support long-term savings in the social care and children's services budgets, so far without success, and hopefully we'll be able to come up with some ideas there. But broadly, we welcome this, but recognise that democratically it actually makes sense for this to be a 1 year process.
Thank you. Councillor Ed Towers.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yes, so the independent grouping, we obviously have thought about this a great deal, and I agree with much of that's been said already by other opposition leaders. But we approach this in the spirit of openness and transparency. We welcome the opportunity, and we are, our backs are, as a county, against the wall financially, and this is not a time to play, as I've heard it quoted, play party politics. It is one where we, as humanitarians elected by our residents, come together and seek to the best we can. There will have to be give and there have to be take, and we are obviously grateful for the opportunity of sharing in this, but we would urge all that take part to do that in the spirit that we're entering it in. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Claire Wild.
Thank you. I shall just repeat what we discussed for 3.5 hours on Monday the 9th of September. I did make it perfectly clear at the meeting that whilst the Cabinet worked very hard, they are not operationally able to do the things that directors and senior officers can do. And so the recommendation which I took to Cabinet and was upheld at Cabinet was that the CEO be directed to sort out the overspend and also to come back with a plan on the third-party savings. So I think there is a challenge here for all the senior officers. As an administration, as a Cabinet, they make difficult decisions, but those decisions have to be implemented. So I think there is a bit in there about performance management. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to come to Andrew Sinclair, who's just indicated, and then I am going to go back to the seconder and proposer. Andrew. Yeah.
Sorry, Andrew Shines. That's okay. There was a lot of discussion, as you might imagine, in our group, and I suppose in others, about this proposal. And a lot of cynicism. The cynical question to ask is, after all of the previous budgets where we've had difficult budgets to set, why is this inclusive policy arriving now? Now, despite that cynicism, it's quite plain that a spirit of cooperation is probably better than one of antagonism when we have such difficult circumstances before us. But I would counsel my friends and colleagues on this side of the chamber to be cautious about what you become associated with if fundamentally you don't agree with it. Because it will set the budget for 2025, which the next administration, or whatever it's strike, will be required to operate to. And once you're bound by the decision, you're bound. So, by all means, let's support this, but with a note of caution to make sure that what we want in terms of common sense applies to the relationship. Thank you.
Okay. So, I'm going to go back to Councillor. Councillor who? Yeah, Gwilym.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I warmly welcome this, and I just wanted to just say a few words. First of all, you mentioned about policies that this council has made has put us into this position. I totally refute that. If you look at the increase in demand, the demand in social care, in children's services, has gone up way above expectations, and it is pushing us into a circumstance where we are only be able to deliver statutory services. There will be no fluffy money for I'd like to spend this and I'd like to spend that. It is how we actually protect those statutory services moving forward. Consultants. The cost of the consultants are predicted to bring back double their cost in revenue savings. That's £12 million year on year for the future of this council. Plus the fact without the capacity of those consultants, we wouldn't be able to move at pace, Roger, at the pace we're already moving, because we wouldn't have the capacity to do so. Mid-year report, Mid-year reports are the report as of the end of September, which is next week, and that will actually be delivered towards the end of October and will be going to Cabinet in the usual way. Councillor Evans, you mentioned about subsidising the green bin for certain people or other projects you'd like to bring forward. I'm open ears if you can fund it, because I've got no money to fund it. If you can find something else you want to sacrifice to do something else, be my guest, not a problem. Julian, warmly welcome your commitment to come with us. You're always very constructive and we always listen. So, might not always agree, but we do listen. The one thing I am looking forward to is transparency. And Leslie, won't it be interesting to say, well, you never told us that? I wonder how many times, or that wasn't in a report. Because from where I'm standing, everything is transparent. It's just you don't like what you're reading. And that is the big difference. Let's clear the slates. Let's move this forward for the benefit of Shropshire Council and the residents of this county. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to go back to the original proposer, Councillor Leslie Picton.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think what Councillor Towers said was that this was about openness and transparency. And I imagine that some of my colleagues on the left-hand side are perhaps even querying why I suggested we do this. And I did this because I've talked to individual members of the opposition and I've talked to individual group leaders, and you've all told me that the process of the alternative budgets did not work. So I listened, I took some advice from other leaders around the country, I went to the LGA, and one of the suggestions that came up was whether you would look to do a collaborative budget process. And in the interest of openness and transparency, that's what I said we would do, and everybody here has agreed with that. Having heard some of your comments, I wonder why I bother. Because actually, my offer to you is genuine. Relevant does not mean not seeing everything. It means what is relevant to the process that we are looking at the time. At some point, the opposition groups are going to have to stop throwing bricks and actually come to understand the difficulties and the work that goes into making this council continue to function. That is one of the reasons to bring you on board. You think we hide things, you think we don't tell you things. As Gwilym has said, we are completely open, completely transparent, but you choose to believe there is something else. Well, between now and December, I think you will realise there is nothing else. I propose this report.
Okay. There are two recommendations. To approve the establishment of the Budget Task and Finish Group and to suspend the alternative budget procedure for a year. All those in favour, please show. Okay, that looks unanimous, but just in case, any against, any abstentions? One abstention. Okay, that's just one abstention from Andrew Sherrington. Right, I think we're going to break now for 20 minutes. Please, hold on before you go. Please, 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 and it's been on the Conservative side of the chamber, make sure your phones are switched off. It's not rocket science. You can't have so many that you might have missed one. Please turn them off, as with computers. And when we come back in, let's just have a little bit of a reset, all right? So that we concentrate on Shropshire and the here and now and not the next election, if we could, please. Thank you very much. We will be back here at 22. On the button, I will be starting. Thank you, members. that would be jolly useful, because it is my intention to crack on. I think we're probably going to take us a while to get through what's left on the agenda. So, okay. We are live again now, members. Thank you. Okay, we will move on then to item 12, which is capital receipts and income strip. I'm going to invite Councillor Gwilym Butler. Present the report. Gwilym.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today I am introducing a proposal that I believe represents a significant opportunity for both the fiscal health of our organisation and the long-term protection of important assets in our community. This proposal involves positioning a select number of car parks on a long-term 125-year leasehold basis at a peppercorn rental. The council will then leases back the car parks for a period yet to be determined, but in the range of 35 to 50 years. This strategy is designed to unlock immediate capital in exchange for providing the purchaser with a long-term strip of income, hence the name income strip. Car parks represent valuable assets in their current form, but they are underutilised from a financial perspective. By transforming them into an income strip portfolio, we will be maximising their value in ways that are not only innovative and financially prudent, but also protect their long-term existence for the benefit of the community. Let me take a moment to outline the key benefits of this proposal. First, it provides an immediate and substantial capital infusion. We are all in support of the Council's ongoing pursuit of savings to improve the Council's overall financial prospects. This involves paying a significant amount towards transformation, required to reshape the organisation in order to meet our immediate goal of surviving and working towards long-term financial sustainability. This proposal will generate a one-time receipt that can be reinvested to bolster the Council's financial position at this critical time. Second, it ensures long-term financial stability. Under the income strip structure, we retain long-term control over the operational use of these assets. The Council will continue to operate the car parks, making predictable annual payments on a long-term leaseback arrangement with the purchaser. Third, it reduces financial risk. Selling the car parks outright could mean losing future revenue opportunities generated from the car parks, as well as losing control over any future strategic outcomes for the properties where different opportunities for development or other uses arise. Fourth, it keeps the assets within our community. Although we are selling a portion of the long-term income, we maintain operational influence over how the car parks are used, ensuring they continue to serve the needs of residents and businesses without disrupting their accessibility or purpose. The Council will have the opportunity to buy back the portfolio at the end of the occupational lease. The report mentions a nominal sum of £1. Well, this may need to reflect the net present value depending on the final structure of the deal. But either way, we retain influence and we have the option to bring the car parks back into our books if we require. With this proposal, we can seize an opportunity to leverage our assets in a way that is forward-thinking and financially sound. This proposal has been developed with thorough research, and we believe it represents a balanced approach to meeting both our immediate and long-term financial goals. In conclusion, I encourage members to consider the many benefits of moving forward with this proposal. It's a strategic decision that secures immediate funding, creates long-term stability and positions us for the financial resilience in the years to come. Mr. Chairman, I move the recommendations in the report as put out in item 3. Thank you.
Okay, and it's being seconded, I believe, by Councillor Dean Carroll, is that correct?
Formally second and reserve my right, Chairman.
Okay. So I've had a few hands go up already. I've got Councillors Duncan Kerr, Evans, Dartnell and Bardi. So, starting with Duncan.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I do have concerns about this. I mean, selling the leaseholds
selling the lease, keeping the freehold but giving a leasehold for 125 years and then leasing back for a period of 35 to 50 years is a sort of PFI level of complexity, and that's not a good thing. We know that PFI deals which seem to make eminent sense, and lots of councils entered into them at the time, were subsequently found to be very, very bad deals for the public sector. I'm not saying this is a PFI deal, I'm just saying we need to look very careful at complex financial instruments which report to deliver resources for councils. It also presupposes stability over the next 35, 50 years in how many car parks we have and what they do and what they need. Because, of course, the expenditure is cash backed with the expectation of income from car parks. 35, 50 years is a heck of a long time. We are living at a time of profound changes in how we move around and how we use public transport. And we may well find ourselves, or future councils may find themselves, locked into arrangements which severely handicap their freedom to actually develop their communities in a sustainable way for the future. We can only sell the leasehold once, and it may be the very best time to sell the leasehold is when we're in the most acute financial situation and just facing an imminent risk of 114 notices, or there may have been a better time, or there may be a better time. So I'm not convinced that anything demonstrates to me that now, in terms of the market, is the best time to offer such a lease. We talked in report 5.3 says we've got projected capital receipts only 4.6 million against the needed 47 million. But I know from our town council's been crying out for about 8 years to try and buy land off Shropshire Council and has never ever received any interest or response to that. It is interested now. It has, as you probably know, obviously town council's got some capital available to it, but it has never received a response. And there may well be other organisations in the county who are interested in procuring Shropshire Council's land and actually using it more beneficially for residents. So I have to understand why that has not been properly explored. This has massive long-term consequences for the council and will severely restrict its ability to reshape town centres. And I don't think it's a decision that should be taken in the dying days of one council. I don't disagree with the need to investigate it, but I think it's a decision that needs to be left for the new council.
Thank you. Councillor Roger Evans. Roger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We note the proposal being put forward to this council today. We first saw this proposal just a few days ago when a very late report was brought before the Scrutiny Committee. Due to the truncated timescale from seeing the report to its consideration, plus all the risks were not fully shown or explained, the ability to scrutinise it was very limited. I did do some investigation, and from what was found, I voted against it then, and will be voting against it again today, unless I hear anything that persuades me otherwise. Some external advice has been taken by ourselves, and the way this report states the approximately £34 million is to be used is not allowed. In our opinion, it is a madcap, balmy, ill-thought out and desperate measure trying to find ways to meet the financial demands of the Cabinet. This includes, amongst others, the need of around £11 million to fund the enlarged redundancy programme, the £6.1 million transformation programme, and to pay for work being carried out by PwC. The method and process outlined in this report does not satisfy, in our opinion, and the advice we received, the government rules on the use of capital money. It is madcap. Some even consider it to be a ludicrous scheme. The proposal indicates is predicated on using the income from 10 unnamed car parks and pay the interest on the loan. A table gives an example of what the costs would be to the council. This uses a 2% increase per year. If the alternative of 4%, and in today's climate is a more realistic figure is used, then unless the council decides to increase charges, increase income, then we will enter into a negative territory in just 7 years. Payments due will be above the income generated by car parking. To do what is proposed will, in effect, place a yearly charge the council would have to pay for up to 125 years, 50 years, who knows? What would we have to show for this annual payment to show how well we have spent their inheritance? The answer will be nothing. No building, no assets which would increase in value. I also come back to the legislation which is suggested allows capital to fund revenue cost, similar to what has just been described. This legislation was passed by our previous government in August 2022. It includes at paragraph 11 a statement which states, where the authority retains some exposure to the risks and rewards of the assets following disposal, it must not use any capital receipts from disposal under powers provided by this direction. Authorities should not be looking to exploit strategies to retain an interest in asset it has disposed of, while using the sale proceeds to fund revenue costs. The advice we have received is that what is proposed in paragraph 2.7 of today's report prevents the £34 million being used, and I quote the part in the paragraph, the council will retain operational control and influence over car parks. We also note on page 3 of this report, within paragraph 211, in October, the council will be taking, and I quote, risk and specialist contractual advice covering both the legal and financial elements of the contract. In paragraph 212, it is stated that several variables need to be considered, but sufficient information is provided to enable councillors to take a view. In our opinion, no, it hasn't. Given the advice we have had, it is not. This report does not provide sufficient information regarding the legality of what is proposed, as well as the way this money is used to provide nil assets for future generations, just a constant and increasing financial drain on future council income. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Rosemary Dartnell. Rosemary?
Thank you. A lack of council agility has led to this being one of the limited options available to realise capital to cover the cost of the administration's aim to reform the size of the council. An all-member briefing with the state's officers would have been the perfect way to handle this complicated proposal, to ensure all members, on behalf of the residents they represent, have a good understanding of what is proposed here. This policy was examined extensively at scrutiny earlier in the month, and it's essential that any income strip agreement contains the assurances given throughout the contract's long life, such as levels of favourable full-term cost compared to a public works loan, flexibility that does not impede future council's ability to repurpose the car parks because life in Shropshire may well change over the next 3 to 5 decades. Flexibility as promised to swap locations in and out of the income strip. My opinion is that councillors must be further consulted and given the opportunity to examine this again before the matter is approved. And can the portfolio holder please confirm that our auditors, Grant Thornton, have been consulted, and what advice have they given on this proposed scheme?
Thank you. Councillor Kevin Pardee.
Thank you, Chair. I'm delighted there's only 4 speakers because I think it supports what I said on Monday at the back benches, that when it comes to finance at this level, I'm not good. I don't understand it. And I believe that there will be other people voting today that probably don't understand it. And I'm not being rude, I'm sorry. But to present this to me just a few days before having to debate it and vote on it is wrong. Something like this, and we used to do it in the past, an officer would come along and invite you to listen to his presentation, and he would talk you through this, or she would talk you through this. So I haven't got, you're actually talking to somebody that doesn't understand. But having said that, I have been doing some reading, and I just need some help from Gwilym. Why have we chosen income strips what I've read, it's usually these usually involve construction development rather than what we're going through. I don't understand why, if there is a difference or no difference at all between picking the two, and why would we pick the income strip sample rather than a public works loan board, which people say is a lot cheaper. So these are genuine questions. I'm not trying to catch out. I just want to understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rob Wilson.
I have an issue with this. I don't know how many times I've sat in this chamber and I've listened to a lecture given by someone about the difference between capital and revenue. Now, I'm pretty sure I understand it, and I've heard one of those today already. Now, back a few years ago, this council used a large chunk of capital to buy a big piece of land in Shrewsbury Town Centre in order to have control of that land. Now, it says it has a capital problem, but it also has a revenue problem. So because of the revenue problem, lots of people are taking redundancy. That means there is now a capital problem in order to pay them off. But to sort out that capital problem, what we're going to do is give up control of some land and create a future revenue cost on every council for the next somewhere between 30 and 125 years. That's my understanding of it, and I think I agree with Councillor Pardee. This is a very complicated financial instrument. It shouldn't be brought forward like this. I think generally when you don't understand these kind of things, when you look at them and you go and read about them, there's something not right. So I think this has a future issue all over it that we're going to be coming back to 5 years, 10 years and going, what were they doing when they did this? Did they really understand what they were doing? Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Viv Parry, then Councillor Andrew Sherrington.
Well, I think this is a daft idea. Completely daft. My father used to say to me when I was a little girl, never sell things off if you're short of money. Think about it. Give it a good thought. You haven't given this a good thought at all. In the last 50 years, we've done an awful lot. We have even been to the moon. So, thinking about it, we might have cars that fly in the future in 50 years. And don't laugh about it because they're thinking about it now and they're making these cars already. So why would you sell your car parks off? You need these car parks to do other things. Please don't do it. It's just a ridiculous idea.
Okay, I remember all of that from the Jetsons. Okay, Councillor Andrew Sherrington.
Don't we get in a tizzy about the difference between revenue and capital? It's straightforward. The government advice, the government notes says that revenue from asset strips should be used for capital projects and not for revenue. And redundancy programs and restructuring programs are major revenue expenditure. So it is quite likely that even if or when this proposal passes, you will need to seek advice from Grant Thornton. And nobody's yet mentioned how much you're going to pay PricewaterhouseCoopers for this advice. Yeah. The only people who are going to win here are going to be the accountants. It smacks of desperation that to fund the shortfall in your savings programme, you're now selling off the family silver. And this was done in denationalisation in Margaret Thatcher's time, and look what the water companies are like now. It was a bad idea then, and it's a bad idea now. It shackles future administrations of whatever stripe, and there will be Conservative administrations who end up paying for this decision when you make it. And all of your electorate are going to be wondering why you chose to borrow money like this. If words of mine won't dissuade you, then at least listen to your constituents. This idea is not particularly good. And it's desperate. And maybe you should address the reason why the finances of the council are desperate. And that has been covered in a previous agenda where we would think all party cooperation in looking at the next budget. But to found that budget off this misbegotten proposal is not a good start. And I could not explain to my constituents why yet again they're having to pay through the nose to fund things like the North Western Relief Road and the redevelopment in the centre of Shrewsbury and the possible moves to a new building after we moved into Guildhall from having moved from here, and so on, and so on, and so on. And yet, not being heard. So, to recap quickly, this is probably unlawful if you look at the legislation. So it's challengeable. And secondly, in terms of a way to borrow money, it is complicated, difficult, expensive, and ties your hands for a couple of generations to come. It's not a good idea, and I would heartily recommend people not to vote for it.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to go back. I've got everybody else on my list. I've been looking around the room, so I'm going to go back to Councillor Dean Carroll, the portfolio holder for assets, who reserved his right. Dean.
Thank you, Chairman. In terms of specifically asset value, I think what hasn't been established yet, I think it's an important point to remember here, is that we're not talking in this paper about specific values attributed to specific assets, as that is, as laid out in the recommendations, yet to be decided. So we're not assigning thank you for the clock, Councillor Gittins, we're not assigning specific values to specific assets, and we're not asking you to accept that a certain capital value is attributed to the leasehold of a specific asset. What we're asking is for the principle for this proposal to go out to market to establish that to bring forward the detailed financial proposals that would follow. It's not the final deal on the table, as that is laid out in 3.2 and 3.3. What we're asking for is a reminder of, approval for the principle of this model, and to go out and engage with potential investors who would be parting with capital to engage in it. And that's the important point to remember here, rather than the detail of what might be a specific asset or not at one moment in time. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go back to Gwilym now to pick up any points that Dean hasn't covered. Gwilym?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councillor Kerr, we have taken advice from all over, from Grant Thornton, as Councillor Dartnell wanted to know. We've also spoke to our Treasury advisors. We've also spoke to NHCLG, as it's now called, and they're very interested in what we're doing and want to work with us on how we actually look at doing it. So, and I think taking Viv's point and Roger's point, to a certain extent, this keeps the car parks in our control for the longer term. Because I'm not saying it may be a case that one day we won't have the control over the car parks and it'll be somebody else that's controlling them. And it gives us another tool in our box to actually look at when we do the collaborative budgets. We'll have another tool in our box possibly to look at how we actually reshape this council into what it needs to be in the future. Let me make one thing purposely clear. I've got to take £27 million out of the revenue budget for staff this year, and I have to fund it from somewhere. So if it's not coming from here, the other side of the chamber, kindly tell me where it may come from, because, you know, we haven't got that money to... Oh, but I forgot. Our new government has actually said that austerity is over. So I wait with
bated breath to see what we get in the budget, and we may not have to do this. But if we've done all our homework and we still have to do it, all that's asking for us to do is to get on with it. What did you say, Roger? We have to move at pace? Or you want to delay it again? Again. And do you know, members, there's one big thing here. When I look at James Walton and Ben Jay, our finance officers, do you know what the difference is between this side of the chamber and that side of the chamber? I trust them. Because that's what they're here for. They're qualified professional people to work in the industry and to advise us as elected members. And if you think I wouldn't do anything without taking their advice, and I do trust them. Kevin, again, this stacks up probably more beneficial than a Public Works Loan Board, and we can't borrow on a Public Works Loan Board for revenue, but we can to buy things like capital, and for example, the Sundawn swimming pool, but we can't do it for revenue costs, and that's the slightly different. Again, I'll reiterate, Viv, we are not totally selling them off. We're putting the silver, keeping the control of the silver back in the cupboard for the longer term. And to give you an example, I totally agree, we might have flying cars in 50 years or drones in 50 years' time, but there's nothing to stop us then building a supermarket on that car park or building a block of flats on that car park, negotiating with the leaseholder that we've increased the revenue so much that we get a better return. There will be all those flexibilities to allow this council to lead and develop for the future and not stick us in mud and traditional ways of doing things. Members, the recommendations are there in section 3. Please support. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. As the portfolio said, there are recommendations 3.1, 3.2 to 3.3.
Mr. Chairman, can we go for a recorded vote and see if there are that number of councillors, please?
Yeah, if you've got, is it 15 others?
Yep. Try.
Yeah, okay. Andy, over to you.
Roy Allcroft.
4.
Jeff Anderson.
4.
Caroline Bagnall.
4.
Nicholas Bardsley.
4.
Joyce Barrow.
4.
Bernie Bentick.
Against.
Thomas Biggins.
4.
Edward Bird.
4.
Peter Broomhall.
4.
Julia Buckley. Gary.
Yeah, thank you. I don't need any help. Kevin, thank you very much. Thank you.
11 years we never.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Pardee, thank you. Councillor Pardee, thank you. I beg your pardon.
Sit down.
I beg your pardon. You will show respect, or please leave the chamber. Thank you.
Gary Burchett. 4. Gwynn Butler. 4. Dean Carroll. 4. Steve Charmley. 4. Rachel Conley.
4.
Rosemary Dartnell.
4.
Steve Davenport. Mary Davies.
Against.
Julian Dean.
Against.
Jeff Elner. 4. David Evans.
4.
Julia Evans.
Abstain.
Roger Evans.
Against.
Paul Gill. Rob Gittins. Nat Green.
Against.
Kate Halliday.
4.
Simon Harris.
4.
Nigel Harting.
Against.
Nick Hignett.
4.
Ruth Houghton. Vince Hunt.
4.
Kirsty Hurst-Knight. Mark Jones. 4. Simon Jones.
4.
Duncan Kerr.
Against.
Christian Lee. Hilary Luff. Nigel Lumby. Robert Macy. David Minery.
Against.
Dan Morris. Pam Mosley. Alan Mosley. Cecilia Motley. Peggy Mullock. Ian Nellins. Kevin Pardy. Viv Parry. Leslie Picton. Ed Potter. Chris Schofield. Andrew Sherrington.
Against.
Colin Taylor. Dan Thomas. Robert Tyndall. Edward Towers.
Abstain.
Kevin Turley. David Vasmer.
Against.
Alex Wagner.
Against.
Claire Wilde. Brian Williams. Mark Williams.
Against.
Rob Wilson.
Against.
Paul Wynne. Thank you. For 16 against and 2 abstentions, so those recommendations have been accepted. Thank you. We will move on to the next item, which is item 13, which is the relocation of council headquarters to Shirehall, from Shirehall, to the Guildhall. I'm going to invite Councillor Dean Carroll as the portfolio holder for Housing and Assets to present the report, move the report, and that the recommendations be received and agreed. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you very much, Chairman. This report, if I can remind councillors and take members back as far as February 2022, which is the first previous decision by council referenced in this report, was the time that we declared the Shirehall building to be surplus to requirements and signalled irreversibly our decision to move on from this building. We made further decisions about decommissioning Shirehall in December of 2023, and in February of this year we made a decision to accelerate the process of moving out of Shirehall due to the high costs involved in remaining here. So what we're seeking approval for today is not the principle of leaving Shirehall. That's a decision that Shropshire Council have already made and reaffirmed twice more since at council meetings. What we're asking for permission for today is, as outlined in the recommendations, to officially declare the Guildhall as the administrative base for the council in place of Shirehall. That's an important decision, and that's one that needs to be taken by the council because it refers to the administrative address of the local authority. To rationalise and consolidate the immediate use of Shirehall building to ground and first floor for the associated facilities that we can't currently relocate out of Shirehall. That is an important decision as it will enable us to further restrict the footprint of the building in use and reduce the residual running cost of Shirehall even further, and to update the disposal process accordingly to reflect the accelerated decant of the building. That, I should hope, would be self-explanatory. We're then also seeking to agree that the budget of £1.2 million for the decant that was previously identified in those prior reports that were approved by full council now be drawn down and put into use in order to achieve the full financial saving to this authority by the next financial year. The details of that saving are outlined in section 5, and specifically the costs, the breakdown of costs for that £1.2 million for relocation costs are outlined in the table at 5.3. I will make passing reference to an email that I believe other members received earlier this week from a pressure group that purported to give information that Shirehall was not a failing building and that the cost of remaining here was minimal. That was, I'm afraid to say, a work of fiction. And there's a reason that the figures that they've produced in previous emails sent to members weren't replicated in this email, and that is because those figures have been completely discredited on multiple occasions. There is simply no way of putting, as the email put it, the sparkle back into Shirehall for minimal cost. The building, contrary to what was in the email, the building has indeed failed in function, in technical and in economic respects. It is far more expensive than any comparable 21st century building would be to operate as a major office complex. It does not meet, for opening up a full building, would not meet the modern building regulations or fire regulation standards. It would require multiple tens of millions of pounds of investment to properly insulate and modernise the building, as well as bring it in line with modern building and fire regulations. On top of all of that, it's for a building of a size that we no longer need as an organisation.
30 seconds.
When it, thank you, Chairman. When the building originally opened, it was for a workforce in the region of 1,000 people at desks here. That is simply not the reality for a modern local authority. And for those who might suggest that partners could come in, partners don't want to be here. They've made that abundantly clear to us in the past. I move recommendations 3.1 and 3.2, and I will answer any questions that members may have. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, and it's being seconded by...
Councillor Ian Ellens, I'll second and reserve my right.
Okay, well, I have had a few councillors indicate thus far. Councillors Dart, Halliday, Davies and Dean. Rosemary.
Thank you, Chair. Can the portfolio holder please confirm that the plans for the Unison Sports Club adjacent to Shirehall will be retained with appropriate parking facilities? It's a thriving social club with vital sports facilities for residents of all ages in the near and further vicinity. Overall, this is a shocking report. It's characterised by haste. It raises more questions than it answers, and it gives the impression of very worrying haste towards... Well, I'll go on. We're told this transfer will take place by the end of this half-expired financial year, but we must all have serious doubts about that promise. The lower floors of Shirehall are to be used as a data centre in the next financial year, as we've been told, so it's a partial relocation. And there's a suggestion that council may move later into the proposed multi-agency hub if that is built. A second, so far uncosted move. So it's a partial relocation, but is it also a temporary one? Moving twice seems contradictory when council must save money. There will be little change from the 7 million the report proposes to realise after capitalising the relocation and associated costs. In other words, does this proposal represent good value for money, or is it a waste of taxpayers' money? The comments in 5.2 don't correlate with the table in 5.3. The table of costs is miscalculated. It includes £500,000 for migrating the server to a cloud base, but 5.2 tells us this item is not allowed for. Can you please clarify? This document describes a relocation project under consideration, It's populated with comments such as new space needed for occupational health, but covered by a £20,000 price tag. What does that cover? Is it just removal? We also have find a new space for the Unison office. This one only costs £2,000 for removal. Is there a no-cost alternative office available for these facilities? I suggest a decision on this report is deferred until a complete and comprehensive report is brought to Council. What we see is an interim memo. It's not a final report that Council can decide on.
Thank you. Councillor Kay Halliday.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I had some questions about the tennis courts. Consent for 2 years use for the tennis courts as a temporary parking was originally granted in 2018. An application to vary this to allow a temporary permission for a further 2 years to 22 was later submitted, but committee, I believe against officer recommendation, granted permission for only 1 year until May 21, due to Shropshire Council not having developed a staff travel plan. So the red line for the planning application shows both the tennis courts together with an apron of land giving access to the tennis courts. So my question is around these tennis courts. Appendix 1 doesn't actually have them, but I believe it's understood to include these tennis courts. And I'm just wondering about where we are with the planning consent for that. I do feel the loss of this recreational land would be a real shame, contrary to the National Planning Policy Framework, which seeks to protect and provide recreational facilities for residents. And I'm also speaking as someone who sits on the Shropshire Playing Fields Association Committee. We've got a lot of new houses in this area, 600 plus at Weir Hill and also the Cornovi development on London Road. So I think there'll be a greater need for recreational use, and I'm wondering whether this land should be excluded. I also just wanted to ask a couple of questions around the costings. It's quite difficult to understand the financial report. Some of the estimated costs do seem to be missing, which Councillor Dartnell has alluded to. I'm thinking about the local hubs in the market towns, which I think are an excellent idea, actually. You're very unlikely to get those for free. Most everywhere really wants rent these days, and there'll be associated costs for removal along with the one aligning to the types of costs that are outlined in the report for the move to Guildhall. And I'd just also like to highlight the fact that when you move staff's offices, if they're having to travel further than they used to, it's normal that you make up the extra cost of mileage for a few years after that. So I think that could actually tally up. So I think there's quite a lot missing in the cost section. And finally, the heating costs. There's quite a lot made of how it's going to be carbon efficient, but I don't think you've brought into the fact that if so many people are working from home, they're going to be heating their own homes in a way that they might not have done previously. So those are my questions to the portfolio holder.
Thank you. Councillor Mary Davis.
Thank you, Chair. I'm the member for this area, so the future of the Shirehall is a major issue. And so I was pleased to hear the aim is to leave a positive legacy on this site. However, I do have some concerns, and there are many negatives residents have had to deal with, such as construction vehicles and machinery due to the huge development at Weir Hill, congested traffic at peak times. In fact, Preston Street and other roads leading to it are gridlocked in the mornings due to the large volume of traffic, which is made even worse due to the current arrangements of a local school. Increase in the volume of traffic generally in the area, and speeding is a huge issue. There are delays with improvement works to the Belvedere Bridge, which has been far from ideal. Some residents living near the housing development have suffered sewerage blockages, which is from material falling into the system and causing blockages. I hope this gives you a flavour of the negatives the residents in this area have experienced and are experiencing, and how the Weir Hill development has affected the area. So I urge the Council and any future developers to give careful consideration to the effect of any development will have on the wider community when making any decisions as to the future of this site. Demolishing the Shirehall should be the very last resort. Ideally, every option should be considered by interested parties, from adapting or reusing some parts or all of the building for both residential and commercial and community purposes. This would not only reduce the carbon footprint, it would also ensure such an iconic building, one of the county's most prominent modernist building, will continue to dominate the skyline in Abbey Foregate. Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't stop you midway through because you rarely speak, and when you do, we do listen. But I would remind councillors that actually what we're talking about is the change of the administrative base. Any future for Shirehall would be subject to a planning consent, and all of those things would be covered at that point. So we do have a few other speakers, and if we could stick to actually what's on the agenda, and your points will be noted for the future, thank you, that would be appreciated. So, Councillor Julian Dean.
Thank you very much. Just to point out that recommendation 3 is precisely around updating the disposal process, so I think it's quite legitimate for us to be also discussing within this context the future of this building along with the proposed move. And we should just, I think, be mindful of the fact that the original justification for that move was to do with regeneration of the town centre. We now have a different justification. Because we've moved on, I accept that, into a crisis situation where the justification now is about rapidly trying to save some money. And obviously, when you've got different justifications in play, there's a danger there that the assessment of the is being done in different ways. So I think we do have to be very careful about that. I have concerns about the future of this building, and I think that there may be options, and I don't think they've been effectively explored, but I do recognise that there's a revenue issue and there's an urgency. And having actually consulted with Unison, we reached out and have had a response, and we get the impression that actually staff understand this and are generally supportive, if not enthusiastic. But I do think, I just want to make 2 points really about what happens. The first is to do with staff. I think that whilst I certainly welcome the shift in culture towards people being enabled to work at home, I think it is clear that it is really crucial to effective delivery, to the mental health of staff, to the future of the organisation, that staff have opportunities to properly meet in person. And I hope that the facilities that we move into are going to enable that, because it's good for our staff and it's good for our county. And if we are absolutely moving and relying on people working in isolation most of the time without those opportunities, then I think that's to the detriment of the council and to our services. And the second, and I'm now speaking as the member for Frankwell and for that area where we will be moving into, can I request please a meeting fairly urgently with relevant portfolio holders and staffing around the issue of parking, because quite clearly there's going to be an enormous amount of concern, especially in the Mountfields area, on that issue. And I think that we're going to need to come up with a scheme that supports both staff, who hopefully will be by and large use public and actually travel to get to work in the railway station where it's at all possible, but there clearly is going to be additional pressure on that area, and it's already an area where people try and park for nothing in order to access the town centre. But on balance, I get the urgency, and so we'll be supporting this despite, I do echo many of the points that have been made about aspects of this report really being very uncertain about the future of many of our staff around the county.
Thank you. Councillor Rob Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I associate myself with the comments of Councillor Dean? I think he makes some very, very valid points, and I think transport is probably one of the keenest issues, particularly for staff, particularly when this council has now increased parking charges at Frankwell is on the verge of doing so, it really needs to address that. I think the park and ride may be one option to explore. I don't know whether there's a way of having staff who have a Shropshire Council ID badge have free access to the park and ride. I think if there were more people, and particularly people in this room, using the park and ride, I think that service would significantly improve. I would like to hear some reassurance. I know we're not talking about the particular future of this site, but it has been mentioned, as Councillor Dean said, in recommendations. I would like to hear some reassurance that all options are considered for this building, and it is not just thrown to the wolves for another housing development. I think there is a future for this building. I think if any of you visited the bare steps for the exhibition the Civic Society put on of the original images of this building when it was built, it was beautiful. Now, I know there are members who do not think so, but beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And I think there are many who but they knocked down the Victoria. So they knocked it down. Now people want it back, and they can't have that. So I don't think we should abandon this building just because some people now don't think it's very pretty. I also worry that I think the BBC quoted that Shirehall will not reach its adult retirement age. It is not something many people in this room would agree with. So I think carefully about what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nigel Hartin, then Councillor Alex Wagner, then Councillor Steve Davenport, then Councillor Roger Evans, and then Councillor Robert Tyndall. And then I'm going to be minded to go back towards the
sympathy with the building that we now sit in terms of the fact that it's rather bleacherous, but it does have its charms. But looking at the paper we've got in front of us in terms of the proposed move to the Guildhall, paragraph 5.4, the financial savings between financial year 24-25 and 28-29 do make quite salutary reading in terms of the amount of savings that we're likely to make, and we have to recognise that we're in a difficult financial position as a council. But that table that we got sets out the savings from this building, but I just wonder whether the portfolio could or give us any indication of what the running costs would be to where we're proposing to move, which is the Guildhall, in terms of against the savings that we're proposing, that we're set out on the table here. I'd just like to have net figures, and I didn't read this as if this was a net figure, taking into account the running costs of the Guildhall.
Thank you. Councillor Alex Wagner.
So currently, I think Shropshire Council is in an oddly good spot with this in so much as it has control. We've got the Guildhall, the car park at Frankwell, the Riverside site, and the Shirehall site itself, and associated, Nalgo Club and things. So actually, speaking on the bit about how we decommission it, it is part of a wider, more moving jigsaw. As I see it, it is now inevitable that we move from this building. I don't disagree, in fact, that moving from Shirehall to go to the Guildhall is what has to happen now. Apart from the points made by the councillors about the sort of points of detail in the report, I'm comfortable with that. But the implications that has for this site and also for the Riverside are important. So, as a first point, I don't think it's financially justifiable to residents of Shropshire to build a new shiny headquarters 200 metres over the river from where we've just spent a lot of time and money moving into. That is going to have to be abandoned as part of the Riverside scheme. That gives us more of a blank canvas, but if we are doing this move, that is just not worth the money, it's not worth the time, it's not worth the effort, and I think people will see that as completely superfluous at a time of financial crisis. What we do with the Shirehall site, though, which I know Councillor Davis has alluded to, is really important. So the good thing about having control is that we can actually have an awful lot of input into what this becomes. So it's not just flogging it off to the highest bidder, knocking this building down and sticking up another estate just like Weirhill up the road, which will upset residents and actually, in my opinion, doesn't do a very good job of meeting housing need in the county. It's our land. We can set affordability criteria much higher than we would with a private developer normally. We can ask that parts of the building are specifically maintained. We can ensure that the skyline doesn't change so much. We can work with the Unison Club and the football pitches and people around here, and it's a very well-used facility, as we'll all know, to make sure that it's done in the way that improves this building rather than simply takes it down and puts up another estate. specifically, for me, the important thing there is about housing need. Shrewsbury, at its core has a demographic issue, as all of Shropshire does. Building those affordable houses for, working age people to rent and to buy, that's incredibly important. Actually, we have a real, if you go on Rightmove today about renting and buying, there's not a lot out there at that sort of lower price bracket. That is Shropshire's problem, actually. That's why we struggle to recruit. It's all part of this picture. I think we need to make better use of the riverside and just put our own headquarters there as a statement of sort of vanity. I think moving into the Guildhall is inevitable, and we need to make the best of it. But this is a really important site. The decommissioning is included in this report, and I think that we would be foolish to go incredibly hastily, sell it to the highest bidder, when actually, as I say, the big plus we have at the moment is our control. We can decide how this site is used. We can have a say in it, even if it is sold, and even if it does become something different. And we shouldn't forgo that control for no good reason and just end up with what we've got 500 metres up the road on Preston Street.
Thank you. Councillor Steve Davenport.
Mr. Chairman, you preempted my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Roger Evans.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to confirm, I will be abstaining from the vote because there is information I feel that is missing from here, and we're also not sure it is a good use of the limited resources that we've got. I am also concerned about part 3 of the recommendation and the speed which will be interpreted can now be taken on decisions for this building and also for this site. 2 different issues, and I'm not sure this report takes us forward, but spending money on a building where I was a councillor from, and I know some of the deficiencies of that building at that time, and also disappointed that the presently called Guildhall will be an operational headquarters, not a place where public will be admitted to, except for meetings. And council buildings should be open to the public. Our employers are the residents who vote for us, and they should be able to come into a building to ask questions, not have to make an appointment or turn up for certain functions. So I do have concerns, but as I say, I will be abstaining on this vote.
Thank you. And finally, before I go back to the seconder, Councillor Robert Tyndall.
Thank you, Chairman. My decision as to whether to support this recommendation is not highly dependent on my next question, but it will have some bearing. Will there be a canteen at Guildhall?
Okay, I'm sure that will be answered for you. Okay.
Point of information, there are some lovely cafes in Frankwell I can recommend.
Okay. We'll do the shopping channel after the meeting, if that's all right. Members? So, I'm going to go back to, therefore, Councillor Ian Nellins, who some time ago reserved his right.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Just on the similar thing to cafes being nearby, the good thing is we've brought up, it is close to the train station, to the bus station. Park and ride, as was mentioned, will be a good asset for using that. It may well be closer, it may well be further away, as somebody mentioned, but it may well also be closer. But the ability for residents to go there, for staff to get there, should be improved. The parking will need to be looked at, but as I said, there are measures that can be taken in place. I'll let the portfolio holder complete with the rest. Thanks. Sorry, one other point is the carbon emissions saved from what we are already expending here, and when we do move into a single story or the ground floors, will make a significant difference to our carbon footprint.
Thank you. And finally, back to the original proposer, Councillor Dean Carroll.
Thank you, Chairman. I will try to rattle through these as quickly as possible because there were quite a few questions. So, starting off with Rosemary, in terms of the Unison Club, firstly, the Unison Club itself is lined outside of the development site. There isn't a touch car parking currently zoned in with it. However, that will almost certainly be a feature of any future redevelopment of the site, will be a requirement to provide car parking to support the operations of the Unison Club. In terms of the data centre on the ground floor, that will only be for a short period of time whilst the data centre is migrated into the cloud, and backup data centre can be provided off-site. So whilst it will still be operating, it won't be for an extended period. In terms of the multi-agency hub, I think that is beyond the scope of this report. The question, which I'm glad you asked, was does this represent value for money? And I think that there can be no question whatsoever that yes, it absolutely does, in terms of the revenue savings to this council from the £1.3 million a year running costs for a building that we're only currently able to use half of, compared to running costs of approximately half that for a purpose-built building in Shrewsbury town centre. Finally, with Rosemary, regards to rush decision, or as I outlined at the start of my introduction, we made the first part of this decision 2.5 years ago. There's nothing rushed about it. All we're doing is accelerating the time frame of delivery. Kate, tennis courts are within the redevelopment site. They haven't been used for multiple years. We're pretty confident that that excludes them from the MPPF's protection for playing fields, because they haven't been playing fields for a long time. In terms of work from home implications, well, the current roughly daily working from Shirehall numbers are about 250, and we'd anticipate or design for about 250 daily working out of Guildhall, so it shouldn't make any difference to that noticeably. Mary, in terms of the volume of traffic and speeding, well, if we're moving the council's operations out of the Shirehall, that will reduce the amount of traffic in the local area. In terms of Julian, in terms of staff well-being, absolutely it's a priority for us, and something that staff surveys have demonstrated time and time again is the working environment of the Shirehall as it stands isn't conducive for staff well-being. In terms of member meetings about parking in Frankfurt, I think that's absolutely appropriate, and I can commit that we will hold a meeting with you as the local member about parking in the local area. My colleague Councillor Nedlands has already answered the question about transport. In terms of aesthetics has nothing to do with the Shirehall debate. The reality is that the building is past the economic life of it to be repurposed. In terms of net figures of the running cost of Guildhall or Shirehall, Nigel, the current running cost of Shirehall is 1.3 million or thereabouts. The running cost of Guildhall, I believe, is around the 600,000 mark. It's about half of the cost that we'd be saving, netted off, moving from Shirehall to Guildhall. Where are we? As I said, Alex, the Riverside debate is a separate one to this paper. Roger, in terms of public access in Shropshire Local, I think previous statements have been a little bit hasty in saying that there'll be no access to this building, because Cabinet have not yet made that decision, and we have been exploring, and we are still exploring, whether the reception area at Guildhall is actually the right place for Shrewsbury Shropshire Local Hub. So I think that was a previously hastily made statement that hadn't been backed up yet, and we've since taken that out of any communications because that decision is yet to be made. Robert, yes, there is a cafe at Guildhall. And finally, I've slaved a tiny little bit of time left for a comment on the Shirehall. That is that we as a local authority have a financial responsibility to secure the best possible value for the building. Now, we can trade that off against other social values if we wish to. However, the decision, and the conscious decision, needs to be made of whether we seek to achieve best value or some other social good for it. What I would say is retention of the building as it stands does not qualify as a social good just for aesthetic purposes. I think with 5 seconds over, I think I've answered
you are
questions.
hang on time. Thank you very much. Okay, so that has been well debated. We've had some answers to some of the questions. I'm sure both portfolio holder would be happy to ask anything that's been popped into people's heads subsequently. So we will now move to the vote. The council agrees to 3.1 and 3.2. All those in favour, please show. I don't think we need to count them. All those against? 1, 2, 1. Abstentions? Okay, that's been very clearly carried. So, thank you, members. We will move on to item 14, which is member attendance at conferences, training and other external events. I'm going to ask Councillor Leslie Picton to move this, present the report and move the recommendations. Leslie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This really is housekeeping. Members will be aware that I think Councillor Gwynn Butler sent an email out a while ago asking members to be mindful of expenditure on conferences and meetings, etc., etc. When we looked at the list of conferences and meetings and events that were on the original list, many of those things didn't exist. This has been via group leaders and has received agreement from all group leaders. This is simply about just tightening it up, and it also makes it very clear what you can and what you can't claim for, which I think was the thing that I wanted to make sure was abundantly clear. So the recommendation is simply that the existing protocol for members' attendance at conferences and training events be replaced with the protocol for member attendance at conferences, training and other external events as set out in the appendix. Happy to propose this, Chair.
Okay, and it's being seconded by
Councillor Simon Jones, Shrewsbury Division, and I'm happy to second that and reserve my right.
Okay, I think this one's relatively straightforward. I can't see any hands, so I won't come back to either of you because there's nothing to come back on. All those in favour, please show. I think that looks unanimous. Any against? Abstentions? No. Thank you, that's unanimous. We'll move on to item 15 then, which is the annual report of the portfolio holder for housing and assets. Councillor Dean Carroll, I invite you to present the report and move the recommendations.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Now, it is quite a lengthy report at 26 pages, so I'm going to assume that everybody has read it all in depth multiple times and digested every single line. So I won't go over it in detail in my presentation. However, there's a couple of things that I would like to say in the presentation. Firstly is to pay tribute to the officers in both the housing and assets departments, who I could not be prouder or have the greater privilege to work with a more dedicated or professional group of people from either department. And for any success that I've been able to trumpet that we've achieved over the last 12 months, it is purely down to their works, their efforts, and the level of empathy and care they have for the people who need our services. In terms of the staff, I would also like to follow what the Chairman said at the start and pay tribute to a very special member of staff who was instrumental in actually even drawing up this report, who has passed unexpectedly, and she will be hugely missed. And the greatest possible tribute that I can think to pay is that any person that comes to fill the position left behind will have an impossible act to follow. In terms of the report itself, just a couple of highlights that I would like to draw out of it particularly are in regard to the domestic abuse work that the housing team do and how we have now achieved white ribbon status and are continuing to develop our work on supporting victims and survivors of domestic abuse to ensure that we offer them the best possible service that we can at what is difficult, the most difficult times in their lives, and that we as service areas, we will never cease to seek ways to continually improve the service we provide to the residents of Shropshire, irregardless of how difficult it is for us as a local authority to deliver upon those changes. But that is a commitment that we all hold, that the best possible service we can deliver is the best service for the people of Shropshire. I commend the report to Council, and I will try my best to answer any questions that members may have.
Thank you very much, and that is being seconded, I believe,
Well, it's not. It's not seconded because it's for noting. So, I've had two councillors indicate, Councillor Ruth Houghton and Councillor Julian Dean. Councillor Houghton. Microphone. I should swap them over and then you won't get confused again. Or not confused.
Thank you, Chair.
That's right.
So some really good work that's happened here with the housing team, but what I'm disappointed at is missing is the work potentially with housing providers such as our housing associations and specifically Connexus in this case. We have 7,500 people on the housing list, as the portfolio holder mentioned before, and yet we still have a housing provider that is disposing of properties at auction rather than contributing to a regeneration of an area by investing in those properties, specifically in an area in the Clun River catchment where new development isn't possible, and yet houses are still being sold off when there are 7,500 people on Shropshire's waiting list. The two do not go together, and I do think that this report should have tackled some of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Julian Dean.
Thank you. Two issues I just wanted to touch on. Well, the first is to do with empty homes. So, as I understand it from this, there's whilst we've identified the empty homes which have been empty for more than 2 years, we just have one short-term post to address this. The 2022 empty home strategy was supposed to begin to bring some of these homes back into use. So my question is, how many empty homes have actually been brought back into use since the strategy was adopted in the summer of 22? And the second question is to do with Shropshire Supports Refugees. So the report says the charity Shropshire Supports Refugees and Shropshire Council are working extremely closely, having secured office space within the new resettlement hub. This enables a more fluid approach to joint working. All of that is great, but I'm sure members are aware of the fantastic work that Shropshire Supports Refugees do, but with no funding guaranteed from the local authority after March 25, I hope that Cabinet members and perhaps in our new task and finish group on the budget will work together to try and ensure that there is some funding guaranteed for that partnership looking forward.
Thank you. Councillor Viv Parry.
Just a quick one. I looked at 8.5. Have we procured a demonstration plant yet for the pyrolysis? I spoke to Dan yesterday, who gave me a very good talk through the whole thing, which was very interesting. But I thought that it was coming to Ludlow. Maybe I've got that wrong. Has it not gone through council yet? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Roger Evans, and then Councillor Duncan Kerr.
Thank you, Chairman. Only a quick comment, and that is that the comments made by the portfolio holder earlier today, when Councillor Wagner was here, I would suggest that he checks with officers before continuing with those arguments, because some of the information he gave out was incorrect, and I think the record needs to be put straight. Thank you, Chairman.
Yep. Councillor Duncan Kerr.
Yeah, just a question on domestic abuse. Paragraph 17.3 reads, we have trained internal council colleagues to become domestic abuse support officers, enabling any colleague who is subject to, and this is my next bit, concerns me, or uses abusive behaviours to know how to access the staff DA policy in a supportive, and it just ends there. I'm ready to challenge the idea of any colleague who uses abusive behaviour. What we do is tell them to access the staff DA policy. So I shall ask again, what are we doing about staff who are perpetrators of domestic abuse within the council?
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Butler, but if this is an attempt to play ping pong, I'd rather you didn't.
It's a very quick one. In respect of the empty homes, I totally concur. It's something we vitally need to do to get them back into use. But I would also remind members of the policy we've introduced with the premium on council tax for empty homes, and especially for longer term empty homes, which will penalise the owners of those homes for not bringing them back into use. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go back to you, Dean. There was a couple of questions there.
Thank you very much. Yep, in Ruth, I'm very conscious of what you're talking about. It's something that both the leader and I have held meetings with the Chief Executive, both the former and the new Chief Executive of Connexus about. We do have good working relationships with the majority of our registered social landlord providers. That is a blot on the landscape that we try on a regular basis to redress. So far, not successfully. The only concession that we've so far managed to extract from Connexus is that the disposals will go to auction locally in the first instance. It's still not good enough, and we will not stop pressing Connexus on that, but it's one area where we have failed with being able to influence a social landlord. Julian, in terms of empty homes, sadly the additional empty homes posts, the long-term empty homes posts, were unable to be continued due to the financial position of the council. We've had to adopt more of a stick than carrot approach, as Councillor Butler's already referenced the significant increase in council tax for empty properties. I don't, off the top of my head, have a figure for you in terms of the number of properties brought back into use, but I can get that for you in writing. In terms of the funding for Shropshire Supports Refugees, I'm very acutely aware that that comes up for renewal at the end of this financial year. I have already spoken to the Chief Executive of Shropshire Supports Refugees on that subject, and yes, we do need to have that conversation within the budget task and finish group and within cabinet at the earliest opportunity to make sure that we don't lose the work that they do and the added value that they bring. Viv, I can't answer the details of the pyrolysis plant and when it will be installed for you. My portfolio area covers the commercial aspect of it, which is the partnership and the deal. I'll have to get you a written response in terms of the details of a timeline. Roger, I'm sorry, but I stand by the emphasis of what I said earlier. Duncan, I missed the first part of what you said, but I believe it was something around the world of what do we do when it comes to members of staff who have been who have committed domestic abuse. That in the first instance, I think that I would be hugely disappointed in any member of Shropshire Council staff that were to be guilty of committing domestic abuse. I think that holding a mirror up to any abuser is one of the guiding principles of the work of the White Ribbon Trust, and I think in the first instance holding a mirror up to those people and challenging that behaviour would be the first thing that any workforce or employer should seek to do, whether White Ribbon accredited or not, and that we continue to seek to offer training and education to try and improve people's awareness of what exactly does constitute domestic abuse, because domestic abuse isn't, strictly speaking, it's not just the realms of physical violence. There are many aspects of domestic abuse, and educating people in what that actually means and helping people to change in the second instance are important steps. I'm sorry if I've missed the thrust of your question, but as I said, I missed the first part of what you said. I try to answer that as best I can. I think that's all of the questions that were raised, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, this is not a report for voting on. I take it members are content to note the report. So we will move on, therefore, to item 16, which is the annual report of the Health and Overview and Scrutiny Committee. We'll invite Councillor Jeff Elner to present the report as the chairman of that committee and move the report and the recommendations be received and agreed.
Right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm pleased to be able to present this report to the Council today. The report looks back at the work of the committee for the previous year 2023-2024. Over this period, the HOS has considered a wide range of topics, so many I'm able to read them all out. So I won't be able to go through each one because of time restraints. So I think you've all seen the report. I hope you've all read it. If you haven't, I would recommend you do, because it is good reading. And it is nice that we've all worked together and actually achieved something this year.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Bernie Bentic and then Councillor Julia Evans. Bernie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wholeheartedly support this report and appreciate the collaborative spirit involved in the deliberations of the committee. Necessarily, there are a large number of areas of health and care, and the committee can only apply its efforts to certain sections of this, and I'm delighted that having drawn the attention of the care system and health system to the problems of acute discharges and emergencies, the number of delayed discharges has fallen to 50% of what it was last year at the end of August 2025. And we are looking forward to some improvements in mental health provisions as part of the working group that's been set up. One of the areas that's not received quite as much attention is the fact that out of a total allocation of almost £1 billion, the Shropshire, Telford and Wrekin Integrated Care System has a debt of approximately 1/3 of that. And unlike 11 of the 42 integrated care systems who had their historical debt written off at the end of 2023-24, Shropshire, Telford and Wrekin Integrated Care System did not, because it exceeded its budget by about £130 million. And indeed, its budget for the current year is 10% above its allocation from government at £90 million. And so there are clearly concerns about the effect that this is going to have on continuing services, which I hope and expect that hospital will address over the next year. An important aspect of delivery of service is the freedom to speak up, and the problems of culture within the Shrewsbury and Telford Hospital NHS Trust have been identified in a number of reports. I hope and expect that things will improve, and called specifically for the freedom to speak up guardians to report outside of SAF so that they can be properly investigated and managed. But in summary, I fully welcome and support the annual report of the Health Overview and Scrutiny Committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You could have started with the summary. It's almost like a small mini scrutiny committee there. But no, thank you. Interesting stuff. Okay, I've got Councillor Julia Evans.
Thank you, Chair. Just as part of the working group in the rurality report, it really felt good that we were working on something that was very influential and progressive. I would just like to ask of items that may be looked at next year. We didn't really get into the bones of mental health. You know, we touched on it as part of the rurality, which is so important, but to actually see what's going on within our health, mental health systems, because they are the poor cousin of the physical health system, and they have a detriment. There's one point where the whole of the EMI, which is elderly mentally infirm ward, could have been discharged, and they couldn't because there was nowhere for them to go. And it's things like that. And then because the acute services, they have to have somewhere to go, so they take priority. So it's just having a look at that. And also the send services, what's happening there, you know, why is there such an increase in the 300-fold, and our reliance on the charity side, because being involved with this, I know that all my, I'm getting a lot of help from charities to progress, and having to, and we've been on a long waiting list to see what's happening there. What's happening with the loss of shop dock contracts, and the level of scrutiny in which the companies that are possibly going to take up these contracts, are they in depth enough, and are they just, or are we losing our local GPs to a much cheaper set of GPs of unknown standards? And I'm really looking forward to the annual update of the transformation project at South and see how that's going. And having had a meeting, I'd be interested to know if you're getting more data from South and the ambulance service at a more reasonable timing. Thank you.
Thank you. And Cecilia Motley.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And I'd like to congratulate Councillor Elner and his committee for really having hit a lot of buttons, I think, over the last year. The two that really resonate particularly with me are the work that they've done on the local care transformation programme, because this is a part of a really much wider movement, both in public health and in social care, to try and treat people more holistically, more locally to home, and thus keep them well, keep them out of hospital as far as we can, and this has been a priority very much through social care, through our domiciliary care emphasis, and in general try and deal with them in a very, as I said, in a very holistic fashion, so that multiple problems affecting a family can be treated in the same place. And this is something which is really beginning to flourish now. It's taken a lot of time and efforts to set up, so it's very good to see that that came into your programme. The other one, very much, very close to my heart, as you know, Councillor Elner, has been the Rural Proofing and Health and Care Task and Finish Group. I have been advocating much more work going on in rural care, and thinking harder about how we can achieve rural care which actually meets the needs of local communities, rather than the local communities always having to go to central spots. So I was delighted when this particular Task and Finish group reported, and I do hope, having had a session with you at the Health and Wellbeing Board just last week, I do hope that you will keep up the good work on this and keep reporting back to us on it, because it's a really valuable piece of work. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Well, again, that is for noting. I assume members are content to note it. Yeah, good. Okay, it's time to crack on. We do have some way to go still, so I will crack on. Item 17 is appointments to committees. I'm going to ask the Council to confirm the following changes to the Southern Planning Committee. Councillor Kevin Pardee is to replace Councillor Julia Buckley as a substitute member for the said Planning Committee. Brian, are you seconding?
I second.
I assume that everybody's happy with that. I'm not going to go to a formal vote. I don't think we need to. So we move on to item 18, which is the notices of motion. There is an amendment that's come in, which I'll look at in a minute, but first of all, we will have the motion from Councillor Gwilym Butler, and it's supported by the Conservative group. Gwilym?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We were shocked by the recent announcement by the new Labour government to stop payments to pensioners of the winter fuel payments unless they are on pension tax credits. In Shropshire, we have 82,000 people over 65, representing 25.3% of the population, against the England national average of 20.7% of people over 65. With the withdrawal of the winter fuel payments, Shropshire will be adversely affected more than most counties across the country due to our demographics and higher percentage of pensioners. It is compounded in a very rural county with many communities not on the national gas grid, resulting in alternative fuels for heating at a greater cost. We already have many pensioners in fuel poverty, and the result of this withdrawal will result with many more. The outcome of this will then create further pressures on the local NHS and social care, compounding the problem, making the government's decision in a false economy and push many pensioners into an additional cost of living crisis. In my own ward of Clibbury Mortimer, I ran the post office and stores for over 25 years, and I certainly know the pensioners in my ward. The majority of them worked most of their lives in agriculture, local manufacturing companies like the old Mullers in Clibbury or the old trouser factory in Ludlow, or general retail, and were in a low-wage economy. They probably do not have any pension other than the basic state pension, and if they do, it's minimal due to the wages they received. These are the past working men and women, the working men and women this government says it wants to look after, who this new government now wants to ignore and forget. These are the pensioners just about managing basic state pension and little other income. This withdrawal will have a devastating effect on them. Yesterday we received confirmation that the Household Welfare Support Scheme will be extended after much lobbying. The previous Conservative government introduced this and has given Shropshire Council over £4 million year on year for targeted support for those in poverty in Shropshire, from babies all the way through to pensioners. This will now be even more oversubscribed as we try to help even more pensioners following the withdrawal of the winter fuel payment. We therefore instruct the leader to write to Rachel Reeves MP, Labour Chancellor of the Exchequer, to request reverse her decision on the removal of the winter fuel allowance. If the Chancellor is not minded to reverse that decision, we ask that the income level at which pension tax credit can be obtained should be increased significantly to protect those less well off in our rural community, specifically those just about managing. We note the household support grant has been extended. This now needs to be substantially increased to take into account the pensioners who will now apply for the scheme, which is already oversubscribed, dealing with the poverty across all demographics in Shropshire. And finally, change the system within the DWP so when applicants apply and qualify for benefits, they are automatically flagged for council tax relief with their local authority. I move the motion, Chair.
Thank you. And who is formally seconding?
Yeah, if I may, Chair, I'd like to second Councillor Butler's motion. And I think there are some things we need to consider here. I think what we've been seeing from the recent past political broadcasts is we've been promised that we are not returning to austerity. And yet we are going to go through a period of, the words are sort of increasingly difficult times. Well, it's clearly going to be a very difficult time for those pensioners that Councillor Butler was discussing. And I'm sure we all know them as well. People who have worked hard. That would be actually working class people. People who have worked hard all their lives and are now surviving or enjoying retirement and will be worried about what's coming up this winter. I mean, the fact is that the cost of energy, whether you are on-grid or off-grid, has not gone down. And this allowance was introduced to help people survive through that increased period of increased costs. So what exactly has changed? And it does look like austerity. And it does look like the people who are going to suffer from this are really the most vulnerable in our community. But I know what will be said. There was a 22 billion apparent black hole, and therefore somehow we have to, 22 billion black hole in the economy, which apparently was hidden from the incoming government. Now, I had to check with BBC Verifier, because I don't have any support from SPADs or union movement, which would tell me and cross-check this as a fact. So, whooping cough, Ed? No.
Sorry.
Sorry for coughing.
I do apologise, that was a low one. But perhaps a necessary one. So where does this overspend come from? Because it's not a black hole, that's for the tabloids, probably for the Daily Mirror. It comes from under forecasting public sector pay rises. So the public sector seem to have done well at the cost of our pensioners. It comes from an overspend such as projects on asylum seekers, and I'll give you that one. And it also comes from general costs of inflation and indeed helping out the Ukraine. So there is your 20 billion black hole. And what's so difficult about this, and I'm going to say it, I think for the third time, is that it is the most vulnerable in our community that will be affected. So I'm going to propose that we actually take a recorded vote on this, Chair. So that, I believe, means I have to stand up, because I think it's important that people do stand up.
We will do. There's obviously enough to make it a recorded vote. However, we do have two amendments which we have to discuss first.
I understand. Thank you, Chair. I was going to just finish. Do stand up and are counted. Thank you.
Okay. So I have just alluded to a pair of amendments, and the first one, I believe, is from Councillor Julian Dean.
Thank you very much. So I understood that Councillor Butler was going to accept this amendment, but nevertheless I should propose it.
But I thought I'd give you your moment in the light.
Thank you very much.
I mean, if you'd rather I just said we're going to take it on.
I was planning to speak.
We'll move on and get home this evening, that'll be fine.
Thank you very much, Chair, for interrupting me there. Because without this amendment, let's face it, this piece of grandstanding is the hypocrisy you'll be able to smell from the top of the county to the bottom of the county. Can we just remember that the winter fuel payment was slashed in 2010 by the coalition government, and that in subsequent years it has been frozen every single year. So effectively the Tories have, over the previous years, made it worth less and less and less each year. Meanwhile, you've entirely failed to deal with the underlying issue, which is that we have some of the leakiest and coldest homes in Europe, and the attempt to, the ridiculous collapse of your Green Homes grant was the only effort you've made seriously to address that issue. That's the key issue. We need a massive insulation programme. We need to deal with winter fuel in order by actually reducing people's reliance on fossil fuels and reducing people's reliance on heating anyway by having much better homes. So the hypocrisy really does stink. And finally, this proposal has come from a member of the administration, a member of the cabinet, but he hasn't actually taken any time to think about, oh, what could I do? What can we do as a council? So I've brought you some suggestions, and those suggestions are that you could actually do quite a lot to try and increase the take-up of pension credits. We have all sorts of resources, even without spending much money, to reach out to those people who may well be eligible, and we have until the 21st of December to do so, because people get a backdated claim on it and therefore can qualify for this. So the amendment is to use our resources, to use the data we have, to use the places that we have, to really get that information out there and try and make sure that as many people as possible get access to the frankly miserable sum. And it's miserable because you've been cutting it year after year after year.
Gosh, how to win friends and influence people, eh? Your moment in the light was a shot in the dark almost. Hopefully the original proposer is still happy to accept your amendment, or will accept it. I'm not sure the word happy is applicable. Willem?
Yes, I am still happy to accept it, but I will actually remind Councillor Dean of what the actual Conservative Party did in the cost of living crisis for help with energy. We did not slash it.
Gwilym,
we actually increased the payments.
Don't make me stand up. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Okay, so that's the first amendment, which has been accepted. There is also a second amendment, which has come from
Rosemary Dartnell and is seconded by Kate Halliday, I believe. Rosemary.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we would like to amend our amendment. There is no need, given that the first amendment is already adopted, as I understand it, there is no need for the first paragraph that refers to the Liz Truss cost of living crisis. So that can be removed, but we do ask still for an amendment to include the removal of item 1 because it is factually incorrect. The winter fuel allowance has not been removed. And secondly, the second part of the amendment, which is Shropshire Council will exempt pensioners on pension credit from the green waste tax and continue to provide the service free of charge. This exemption will be considered for should be considered for other financially vulnerable groups. This is a real move towards dealing with some of the poverty that Councillor Butler has mentioned, and one that would allow us to show, in addition to the measures in Councillor Dean's amendment, that we are doing what we can at a Shropshire Council level to help our residents who are most financially vulnerable.
In respect of the removing that the winter fuel payments have been withdrawn, I can't accept that because it's perfectly clear that it's unless they're on pension tax credits. Now, I'm really looking forward to the collaborative budgets because I know in Shropshire we will have quite a few thousand people on pension tax credit, let alone any means-tested benefits like universal credit. So every 1,000 people we have on those benefits, if I give them free waste, that is £56,000 I've got to take out of my target of £4 million revenue. So I'm more than happy to consider it, Rosemary, when you tell me where I get the £56,000 for every 1,000 people I take out. And then we can actually decide whether it's a policy we want to do or we take it out of the £62 million worth of savings that I've got to deliver this financial year. And perhaps £62,000, that is just over approximately one member of staff not being made redundant. Thank you.
All right, Gwilym, I was actually only asking if you were willing to accept the amendment. I hadn't brought the seconder in yet, so you're right. Okay, so Kate, sorry for that. I had expected that to be a yay or a nay answer, and then I was going to ask you if you wish to speak. So.
You know, these are very difficult times, both at council and at government level. My own personal view is that I would like to see the proposed threshold raised so that a minimum, people currently not paying tax would be able to continue to receive these payments. Partly because this adversely affects women in particular, who overall have lower pension incomes than men. None of the MPs in Shropshire did vote for this, I'd just like to point out. It's really good to see the Conservatives group's interest in raising questions to government about the financial situation of vulnerable Shrewsbury residents. I'd just like to remind them that the Conservative manifesto included 12 billion benefit cuts aimed at the most vulnerable in society, which would have adversely affected residents of Shropshire had they been re-elected. And we are in this state because of the financial mess that the previous government left us. At some point, the opposition groups are going to have to stop throwing bricks and realise the difficulties we are facing. Those aren't my words, those are the words of our council leader a little while ago. We are really trying to participate in difficult decision making with the council, and I would just like to highlight and support the council leader's comments there. I think it does strike me that there is the opportunity to encourage those eligible to claim, and I very much support Councillor Dean's amendment, and I'm pleased to see that that has been picked up. I do hope that the Conservative groups rush to criticise the actions of the new Labour government, instincts that were quite absent when the now defeated Conservative government were carrying out similar cuts, as Councillor Dean has highlighted. I hope that you're not so keen to look at that you don't actually focus on what can be done here locally. The green bin tax, we had an excellent suggestion of lowering the cost this morning that you have rejected. It sounds like that may have actually raised more money for the area than the current scheme. We've put forward a proposal here. I'm slightly confused by the terminology that was used. I mean, you're talking about savings. We're not actually spending at this stage. And I really do hope, I suspect we're going to get a series of these amendments coming in criticising the Labour government. I do feel on some level, you know, and I support some of the thoughts here, that we've got an awful lot to do here at Shropshire Council over the next year. And it's going to get quite draining if we're continually writing letters to government rather than actually looking at what we've got to do here.
Thank you. I have to say, looking around the room, I do see a number of faces who have been here for some time, and listening to some parts of the debate, it's almost as I've been sat in here for 14 years. Not that I have been, although it does somewhat rather feel like it today, but there we go. All right, I've got Roger, you indicated, didn't you? So I've got yes. Roger Evans and Andrew Sherrington.
Thank you, Chairman.
So long as you're speaking to the amendment, or are you speaking to the principle?
Thank you, Chairman. To save time, I will say that we will be supporting the amended motion put forward by Gwilym. Also, we would be supporting the amendment put forward by the Labour group. It is of concern to us that our residents are not being fully considered, and I did note the petition that was received this morning, and it should be delayed until a full impact assessment was made, but so should the green bin as well. And I note what's comment, but however, to save time, we will be supporting this amendment, and whether it succeeds or not, we will be supporting the amended motion, because it does need to be unanimous, I think, if possible, throughout this council. So I will leave it at that. But no, I will say that given the debate and how it's being looked at now, I will be seeking your permission and council's permission to withdraw our motion, which would normally follow this one. So let's have this debate and see where we go, and really do something for our residents.
No, Roger, I think that's why we're all here. But anyway, right, just before I bring Councillor Sherrington in, let me just recap a bit, because these motions are always terribly complicated, and there's a whole new layer of complication that's sweeping over this one. We are talking about the Labour amendment. Roger has spoken about that. Are you about to speak about that? All right. I will let you speak about it, and then I think what we're going to do is take a vote on the Labour amendment to see if it then becomes the substantive. If it doesn't, we are then going to go back to the substantive, the original one, which has had sewn in Julian's amendment. So, Andrew.
Very quickly, number one.
It's because he sat behind you. That's why.
It seems to me blindingly obvious that this motion should be supported. With our region, with the number of people we've got who are pensioners and our demographic, why wouldn't you? It's just straightforward. And I will support whatever amended motion applies. I must say, however, as a new member and as a Liberal Democrat, the sense of the bizarre that I have had in this debate, where a Conservative side of the House is criticising the Labour House over a proposed benefit cut. It just seems like we've put something in our tea. Anyway, nevertheless, straightforward, let's support the motion. Thank you.
Okay, so we are going to take a vote on Roseberry's motion, which was seconded. And then we're going to get, should that fail, should that pass, it will then become the substantive. We'll take another vote. If it should fail, then we will go back to the original proposal with the green amendment sewn in. Okay? So, all those in favour of supporting the Labour amendment, please show. Yeah. Let's. Those against, please show.
It's clear. It's clear.
Yeah, I count anyway, Tim, please, because there was a mention of a recorded vote at the beginning. I know it's not on this bit, but I want to make sure we get it right. All right. So, did you say 18 for the first one? Yeah. 33 against and 18 for. So, your amendment has failed. Okay, so we will go back to the original motion that was proposed by, who was it proposed by? Gwilym. Sorry, I turned over a page in my desire to move on. So, okay. So we've got the original. We're back to the substantive, which Gwilym has accepted. The Julian Dean's amendment is. Leslie, were you indicating that you wish to say something? Okay. Is there anybody else? Simon? All right. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. I was just going to draw members' attention to, with regards to the encouraging people to claim pension credit. That the social task force, the council social task force, which is a multi-agency task force which includes DWP, is actually discussing that particular issue. They are actually working towards doing it.
Okay, I've got Chris Schofield and Gary Burchett.
Thank you, Chair. Of the 35 years I've been involved in local politics, I can honestly say I've never known the people so angry about one policy in all my life. Talk to the pensioners in Oswestry, they are absolutely livid about this. Some of them, small pensioners, small pensions, as Gwilym pointed out, that worked in retail, just above the threshold, that can't claim this. They're worried sick. And it's a double whammy because the energy tariffs have gone up. So it's not just the £300 they're losing, it's another £200 or so on top of that. And as for the Green, Julian Dean, I mean, pensioners haven't got time for it to all be sorted out. They've got limited time, some of them, and I think this is an absolute disgrace. And if I was a member of the Labour Party, I would be ashamed to be a member of that party.
Gary Burchett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's a bit of a shame that the Council for Bridge North wasn't able to stay at the end of the meeting, the Member of Parliament for Shrewsbury, so that she could prove that she supports 71,000
I would ask, as Julia's not here to defend herself, that we just be a little bit steady.
My point, Mr. Chairman, then is, will the Labour Party in this room support this motion on behalf of all their pensioner residents and change the motion into an all-party consensus to show that this council in its entirety think how disgusting it is that the government is robbing pensioners of their winter fuel allowance for no reason other than political grandstanding.
Thank you. So I've got Nick Barnsley.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm speaking in support of the motion as now amended with Julian Green's thing. Chairman, this is a sad day for those of us on this side of the chamber, and I rather suspect for some members opposite too. We really should not be having to ask a Labour government to reconsider the proposed removal of the winter fuel allowance from the great majority of those who are eligible now, and especially here in Shropshire, where we have far more people over retirement age than in many local authorities. I'm one of those fortunate enough to have a good employer pension and a full state pension. My wife and I can manage without the winter fuel allowance, but that is absolutely not the case for many pensioners. they really will have to choose between heating their homes and many of life's other essentials. We're blessed, Chairman, at the moment with a Prime Minister who clearly believes he has almost unlimited powers, but I suspect even he cannot control the weather. So I do hope we have a mild winter. Thank you, Chairman.
So I've got Rosemary Dartnell, Roger Evans, and then I'm going to come to Leslie, and then I think I'm minded to move. All right, and you, Robert. Then you can have spoken for the independents. Okay. Rosemary.
Yeah, I think I'd just like to clarify something on behalf of two of my colleagues who had to leave the meeting to attend a constituency meeting. One is Julia Buckley MP, and the other is Councillor Pam Mosley. They had to leave the meeting, as I'm sure most people understand, that the life of a newly elected, committed, hard-working, concerned about her residents.
No guffawing, thank you. Let's show some
MP
respect and listen.
Is a very busy schedule. Okay. I'm certain everyone in this room is concerned for residents in the Shropshire Council area who are financially vulnerable. We all are. And I'm certain that we're all ready to help our residents in our own divisions to apply for benefits they qualify for but don't claim. It's estimated that countrywide 800,000 people are eligible but do not claim for approximately £3,000 per annum they would receive throughout the year. So I'm glad that we've agreed to take on the responsibility for making a change to that lack of applicants. Our research suggests that we have 73,000 residents of pensionable age in the Shropshire Council area, potentially 80% of those who would not notice the £200 that they lose from this benefit, not being abolished, but being changed from a universal benefit to one that is means tested, which is by far more sensible. Of course, we want to support our vulnerable residents, and that's obvious. It's not always been so obvious on the other side of this chamber, though.
Okay. Thank you. So I've got Roger Evans, Robert Tyndall, and then Leslie. And then we're going to move to a wind-up and a vote. So, Roger.
Thank you, Chairman. It was not my intention to speak again on this because I thought and hoped we could be together rather than score cheap political tricks, which is what's happening here. This is important, and we should be cross-political to say that we want to put our residents first. That's what we're doing, and that's why I'm pulling this motion that was there for the council's debate. But I will make one comment from the words that are in it. An estimated 17% of households in Shropshire are in fuel poverty, spending more than 10% of their income on household fuel. Can I also add, they're now having to find an extra £56 as well for a green bin, and that is going to be round the Conservatives' neck for the next 12 months. However, we will be supporting this motion.
We have discussed this, Roger. All right, we can't just because you don't feel that you got your point across earlier jump back. All right, we've had that debate. You made your point. Then you don't need to keep remaking it. All right. It's now 20 to 3. We haven't anywhere near finished the agenda yet. We're still going to be here at 4:30 at this rate. So let's not remake points. Thank you. So Robert Tyndall, then Leslie. Robert.
Yes, this is not meant to be controversial in any way, and I welcome the addition of the amendment to the original motion. But please, could everybody just remember that, particularly in South Shropshire, which I'm well acquainted with, houses aren't very adaptable to being insulated well. There are a lot of old properties built of stone with single glazing, loft space insulation isn't all that easy to achieve. And I think that the winter fuel allowance does help pensioners and indeed other people who are not necessarily pensioners buy in a good load of logs to keep themselves going. And I really think that insulation is important, but some properties are incapable of being brought up to the standard that modern houses have. Thank you.
Leslie.
Yeah,
and
thank
then
you.
I'm going to go back to the original proposer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not going to keep anybody very long. I did just want to point out a few things. I think I can't speak for everybody on my side of the chamber, but I don't think that any of us are particularly against means testing of this benefit. As Councillor Bardsley has pointed out, he doesn't require it, and I'm sure that there are a number of others of us across this room that do not require it. I think this may have been touched on in Councillor Boddington, who unfortunately I hear is unwell, motion, that it's the speed that this has happened. You know, there is a mad dash now to get people onto pension credit, but actually it's not the people on pension credit that I worry about. It's the people that were mentioned earlier on that are just above that pension credit level. The one thing I should point out, Councillor Dean, is that we're already doing a significant amount of the work that you've got in your amendment via the, what's it called? Via the social task group. But I think from my perspective, one of the things that has, and I'm not scoring cheap political points here at all, but what I think has really disappointed me is, and Councillor Halliday mentioned this herself, there was a significant number of cuts to benefits in the Conservative manifesto. We now know that there will be significant cuts to benefits in the Labour government's plans. We published our suggestions in our manifesto. They were there for everybody to see. The people that have spoken to me, actually, many of them put their trust in the Labour Party at the last election, and they are horrified that this has taken place. I do ask that every single one of us works with, you know, citizens' advice, age concern, everybody we possibly can to get as many of our pensioners who are entitled to pension credit onto pension credit. But again, I reiterate, I actually really fear for those who just about manage. And as Councillor Bardsley said, I really hope we don't have a bad winter.
Okay. Gwilym. I'm sure most of what you wanted to say has been said, but
I won't take long, Chair, on that solemn note from the leader. The reason I accepted the Greens amendment, what Julian actually asked us to do, I actually thought he'd copied and pasted out of my last annual report of what we were doing. Plus the fact that last winter we actually telephoned over 36,000 notable, vulnerable people in this community to ask them, are they getting pension tax credit? Do they need help from March's Energy with insulation? Do they need to improve their homes? It feels a bit like Granny telling us how to suck eggs, if that makes sense, because we're already doing it. But I will take it back, and we will take it to the Poverty and Hardship Group through the Social Task Force, and where we work with Citizens Advice, Age UK, who also support similar amendments to ourselves. Just to touch on the green bin, Roger, and the Labour group, I'd
rather we didn't touch
all I'm going to say,
green bins. Having asked Roger not to reopen the lid on the bin,
Mr. Chairman,
I'd rather you
I will be polite. I would love to give that green bin to people free on benefits. I can't afford it.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's close the lid on that part of the debate. Thank you very much. Okay. So the seconder had originally said that they would require a recorded vote. There were a number of people on their feet for that. Obviously, the second motion has been sown, the amendment to the motion has been sown in. Is the seconder still wishing, with those two rubbed together, to have a recorded vote?
Yes, please, Chairman.
Right. Well, I'm not going to ask everybody.
Thank you, Claire.
You can all stand up again if you want. You've been sat down for so long, it'll probably help your circulation. Right, we have enough. So, Chief Executive, over to you.
Thank you. Roy Allcroft.
For.
Jeff Anderson.
For.
Caroline Bagnall.
Abstain.
Nicholas Bardsley.
For.
Joyce Barrow.
For.
Bernie Bentinck.
For.
Thomas Biggins.
For.
Edward Bird. For. Peter Broomhall.
For.
Julia Buckley. Gary Birchett.
For.
Gwilym Butler. Dean Carroll. Or Steve Charmley. Rachel Connolly.
Abstain.
Rosemary Dartnell.
Abstain.
Steve Davenport. Mary Davies.
For.
Julian Dean.
For.
Jeff Elner. David Evans.
For.
Julia Evans.
For.
Roger Evans.
For.
Rob Gittins. Nat Green.
For.
Kate Halliday. Simon Harris.
For.
Nigel Hartin.
For.
Nick Hignett.
For.
Ruth Houghton.
For.
Vince Hunt.
For.
Kirsty Hurst Knight. Mark Jones. Simon Jones.
For.
Duncan Kerr.
For.
Christian Lee. Hilary Luff.
For.
Nigel Lumby.
For.
Robert Macy.
For.
David Minery. Dan Morris. Pam Mosley. Alan Mosley. Cecilia Motley.
For.
Peggy Mullock. Ian Nellins.
For.
Kevin Pardy.
Abstain.
Viv Parry.
For.
Leslie Picton.
For.
Ed Potter. Chris Schofield. For. Andrew Sherrington.
For.
Colin Taylor.
For.
Dan Thomas.
For.
Robert Tyndall.
For.
Edward Towers.
For.
Kevin Turley. David Vasmer. Alex Wagner. Claire Wilde.
For.
Brian Williams.
For.
Mark Williams. Rob Wilson.
For.
Paul Wynne.
For.
Thank you.
Forty-six for and 5 abstain. So that motion has gone through. We will now, Roger, you removed one, didn't you? So we will move on to the motion received from Councillor Julian Dean and supported by the Green Group. Julian.
Thank you very much. Can I just check, actually, because I didn't manage to look at the whole document. Have there been any amendments to this motion?
Sorry?
Have there been any amendments to this motion? There haven't. Okay,
No,
thanks.
no, it's as is.
Okay, great. So I appreciate that this is a bit of a broad sweep motion, and I appreciate that time's getting on, but I nevertheless think there is value in us as councillors having a bit of a discussion about the situation we face with the new government, and if you like, making clear to the people of Shropshire what we think. So this is some of this is very much in line with the work that has gone on at the Local Government Association in terms of talking about a new relationship between central government and local government. And it's great to have heard earlier on that the Tories are now against austerity, so that's lovely. So I think we can all agree perhaps that there is no room for further austerity when it comes to local government and local services, that there is no room for continuing to treat councils as junior partners, as poor relations, when we know that actually we deliver services more efficiently than central government and more efficiently than Michelle Mone. And I think we also hopefully can agree that there is no room for continuing the ridiculous history of competitive bidding for really essential spending, and that we need to move on in all of those things. And finally, just in terms of that general thing towards the end of the motion about funding, You know, I think we also recognise that we need skilled staff. That if we are to lead the transformation of our areas, if we are to deal with changes in planning, if we are to deal with protecting nature, we need to retain and employ skilled staff. And so I think there's a real issue around capacity that has to be dealt with. The mood music, it seems, is that Rachel Reeves may be minded to tweak the Tories' fiscal rules in order to allow a little bit more investment in public spending. But let's be clear, those fiscal rules are not some sort of neutral maths game that has to be played. They are a deliberate designed attempt to shift power away from democracy and away from the state towards those who already have wealth and power. And so I'm glad that the Labour Party is beginning to consider that those fiscal rules are not appropriate, but we do need to be raising serious money from those with serious wealth, and we do need to be borrowing to invest if we're to see the sorts of transformations that we want and to support public services. I think that's enough of the sort of general stuff. So let's just deal with some of the detail. The first, this motion mentions devolution. I think it would be useful to hear from each group just a sentence about where we all feel about what we all feel about that. For us, the principle really is that devolution ought to come from the bottom up. That the current situation we face, with the government effectively imposing the geography and imposing the powers that they want to devolve, is not acceptable. We know that local services are better run locally. We know that decision making needs to be local, and that includes actually helping to define with government as an equal partner the scale and the geography, if you like, of devolution. And we know that communities vary. We know that the communities in Staffordshire and in Shropshire and in Herefordshire are different communities, and so we need to be properly involved in consulted on that. But the big issue, I think, which we all face is the one over planning and over housing. And the problem is that we could end up in a situation where it's effectively, you know, back to Yahoo politics, where Labour accused the rest of us of being NIMBYs or blockers, similar to how, you know, previously we were told that by Truss, etc., that we were all blockers to growth. Not helpful. What we need is a balanced approach to the conflicting demands on our land. We know that we need new affordable homes. We know that we need green infrastructure. We know that we need to look after nature. We know that we need to grow food, and we know that we need renewable energy. The planning reforms that have been proposed so far very much shift the balance towards developers, and they don't actually address that balance properly, and I think it would be useful if we as a council could make some sort of statement on that, which we have started to do in our response. And I think I want to leave it there because I realise everybody's getting a bit knackered.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that. You're looking at me when you said that, and you're absolutely right. Okay. So, who is seconding? You've only got two colleagues left. You can second and third. How about that? Right. So.
Can I just say second a couple of things?
Sorry?
Can I just say second in a couple of things, and it will only be two things?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think...
Are they short things or long things?
They are very, very, very short things.
Oh, good.
I think we all recognise that the current system of local governance is broken across the country in terms of the increase in statutory responsibilities taken up, ever-increasing share of councils' functions, and that undermines the whole point of a council. It becomes an agency of central government, little more than that. And I think we need to be having that conversation and making that very clearly. The other thing about the top-down, bottom-up, and I have a point, is that yes, we need to resist a top-down imposition of devolution, but I do think we could have done better at doing a bottom-up approach and getting this council to work with all the town councils across Shropshire in a more coherent way. That would strengthen our case to go to government and say, we've made local government work more effectively in Shropshire. We don't need a top-down model. Our failure to do that, I think, has slightly undermined us in actually resisting the top-down approach. I'll shut up there.
Okay. Looking around the room. There's no amendment. Leslie?
Sorry, it's only just to do, because Councillor Dean did ask for a bit of an update on what's happening. My group are aware of this, I'm sure perhaps the other groups are, that I've asked for a meeting with all the group leaders to discuss the latest government position on devolution. Nothing, I think, is ruled in and nothing is ruled out, and that's how I think it should be. It's got to be what's best for Shropshire.
Okay.
So that's happening, I think, next week, our first meeting.
Okay. Well, all those happy to accept the motion, please show. Any against? Abstentions? There are 5 abstentions. Okay, thank you. Right. So we will move on to item 19, which is the exclusion of the public and press. As the Chairman resolved that in accordance with the provisions of Schedule 12A of the Local Government Act of 72, paragraph 10.43 of the Council's Access to Information rules, that the public and press be excluded from the meeting for the consideration of the following items. Brian?
I second.
Good. Thank you very much for those of you that have shown such hardiness and endurance.